Good day and good evening, and welcome to Solo Challenge stream with me, Kaitsuchaichi, but you can just call me Kai. Welcome. We're doing we're going to be doing Qitana Ravel on this stream. However, right now I have a poll that has been up just for a little bit before the stream started. It decides whether we are doing Blue Mage with Blue Mage first. And why are we doing that? Last time we discovered that the second boss in Blue Mage has a too strong DPS check. Just an incidental DPS check, and what I mean by that is the second boss in Blue Mage is the one that gets bigger. You can get bigger twice. You can still intercept the getting bigger, but eventually the boss will call in enough feed for it that it will become really big, even if it only spawns one for each of you. So one for yourself and one for the boss. And I think we wiped at like 23% or something like that when we were going as ham blast as I possibly could. So we needed to do like 30% more damage at least, and you don't just like yoink that out of nowhere. And the boss was also hitting like a freight train while we were fighting, so it's not like I could just go, oh, I'll just use tinctures instead. I needed the potions. Right, and I have also added a little chat overlay, as you can see. I put it together a little quickly because I wanted to test it. It seems like it's looking fine. For the most part, I think it looks fine. And you might be thinking, well, I can see the chat over on the right. What's the point with the overlay? And the point with the overlay is that it can be easier to see, like everything makes sense in a single image, where like if I was like to take a clip of it or anything, if someone is watching a clip of it, like in the stream clips channel, you can see everything that's happening in the window itself instead of like having to look on over to the live chat while they're at it. It also helps for those that sometimes like to pause the stream and then like watch a little bit behind, because if they see, oh, when I'm writing my messages, they're not actually appearing because I'm in the past. Like it might be easier to tell that this is a problem because or that you're not speaking with the live part of the chat, you could say, by your messages appearing alongside things that don't make any sense where you are. And finally, we also, a few weeks back, we had a problem where some people, I think it was actually members, only members, that got affected by this. It was really weird that their messages just didn't appear in the chat. Like, they just didn't appear. So there, they would be at least able to see, oh, my messages are not appearing in the general live feed, so probably no one can see me. Instead of, like, being confused. Although, just generally speaking, this shouldn't happen, right? This just shouldn't happen. Now, with that said, hey Ajibuster, hey Ham, hey Sin, hey Ymir, hey Traverse, hey Matthew, hey 3MR, hey Zach, hey Aradil, hey Gazel, and hey Minmay. Hope you're all doing very well. It does seem like there is a majority saying do Don Meg with Blue Mage. So we will be doing Don Meg with Blue Mage. It shouldn't take too long. Blue Mage is, as we've gone over before, completely busted. Ham, can I convince you to switch to a tank? Since you're sitting right there. That also works. Thank you. Your job gear set buttons aren't doing good with the chat overlay. Yeah, you're right. I don't know where else to put it. How about this? Is this better? Then it'll get in the way with my party on a center of the screen and make it bigger, of course. Ah, like this. Ah, yes. Now we can see everything. Perfection. Oh, I know. What you meant is dead center, like dead center of me, like this, right? Maybe where the quests would go. That could also work. I just think that then the text when we're in a duty would cause problems. Maybe make the job hotbar smaller. Oops. The game just decided it wanted to leave instead. Sorry about that. You do this. And then, let me see what we have to work with in game. Do this. You know what? I could probably get used to that. That doesn't look super great. A little to the right so it doesn't smash into the lock there. It look even. Oh, we can even make it a little bit wider. How much wider can we make it? I think that's fine. We can probably also make it a little taller, I think. Maybe. I think we'll revisit that when we're in the dungeon. How does that look? Just move the game. Maybe top left. I actually considered that as well, but that would cause the same problem of smacking into my party frames. I think maybe this works. I hope it doesn't smash too far into the small UI elements in the bottom right. Also, hey Vyak. Hope you're doing well. I hope this works. Just get a bigger screen. Ah, yes, what we really need is I need one of those, like, streamer overlays and, like, just have the game in, like, this part of the screen. Like, just a small area of the screen. And just make my webcam like extremely big. Also, I'm glad that we got to see if it works with Bob, because that was actually a name I was like, I wonder if that breaks it. But it does seem like Bob's name works. Also, hey Bob, hope you're doing well. It's like the stream test. Why is every name pink? It's because those are members. We have a lot of members. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well as well. Let me just check my my Blue Mage spells. Do I have everything I need? I think we have everything. Did I add anything weird last time we played Blue Mage? Does anyone know? I don't think I did. Do you have self-destruct? Have, yes. Will use, probably not. Right, and this time we actually remember to buff up before we start. If I remember correctly, actually, didn't mean to use that. There's actually no point in using missile. So what we're going to do instead is I'm going to grab... Oh yes, Stottrum is really good. It's actually a really good AoE spell because it does more AoE damage per target. I didn't grab Flying Sardine, so we'll just have to deal with that. Oops. What if we held hands as Blue Mages? I think that would be nice. That's a good start. Don't feel like there's anything that I can let go of. What the? What are you doing? Buddy? Are you good? Are you well? Did the FFXIV bug out? Just cast an extra one to make sure I got everyone. There we go. Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Does the FFXIV, because it starts with a cast, it doesn't properly reset? That's really strange. This pull is even harder, because we don't have Ultra Vibration for this one. But what we do have is... that. And a random butterfly that goes... Wait, what? Did I not hit him? Oh right, he does not get stunned by it. I just remembered. Oh, right, the dot. Whew. Yeah, I just really like pink. And that is also the color that we use everywhere on this channel. So it wouldn't make sense if it was anything else, right? We also call the members the cultists of the pink. So, you know. Can we switch out Stottrum for something... Oh, right, Dragon Force would actually be really, really nice. Did the chat overlay just bug out? Is it squished? Is it? Is it? I think it looks fine on my end. Anyone else see problems? Thought you made it taller. I did make it taller, but messages fade out. So if no one's saying anything, it just quietly lets you know that it's been a bit. Yeah, actually, the chat overlay actually ends like right around here, so that's pretty nice. It's fine, Agibuster. I had to figure this out today. Is there anything else we don't need? Well, technically we don't need ultra vibration, but I'd rather keep it on my bars. So, yes. We start with this. And then we quickly set up our extremely funny permanent dot. Yeah. The interesting thing that'll happen with the second boss in this case is that, as we know, the second boss hits extremely hard. So the question is whether we'll be able to keep up the pressure well enough. Will I make this? I should not do that again. That was not smart. The dot is limited by the insurance timer. How much is this? 900. I could live that. I could live that. I can also live this. Oh, the instance timer. That does make a lot more sense, Matthew. I was sitting like, what? Is it a joke I'm not getting? Oh, that's scary to just take. Wow, that's close. I think we won. Punch! Brap. We ended up not needing Dragon Force. Reason being, so the big weakness of Dragon Force, and I'm sure some of you have heard that. Whoops, wrong way. You've heard this one before. Would you like? So, trade proposition. You get this instead of Rampart. Note that it has a cast time. It's a 40% damage reduction on an approximately 2-minute cooldown, but it has a cast time. Tristan, and a Cyrus, and Wafers, and Silvermint. Hope you're all doing very well. Balls of Dragon! I can't remember where that's from. I forgot to bring Flying Sardine again. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. Oh, he's using Champ! So the sad part here is we will have to wait for cooldowns. We'll have to sit here and wait for 2 minutes. Is there anything that I could use that would help me here? Oh, Angel Snack would actually be quite nice. A cheap heal with a shorter cast time. That would be pretty nice. It's just like raiding in Heavensward. I mean, the alternative is running in and dying, and... well... that's not what we want, is it? Is there any... well, I can just use Ram's voice for that. Dying resets cooldowns. I prefer to wait. I think it takes me more than a minute to run back. Cyrus says, I recently did Shadowbringer's base for the first time. It was kind of fun doing everything blind. That's nice. I generally I do recommend if you're not if you don't mind going in blind, then all normal difficulty content, even all hard difficulty content, because it isn't really still casual quote unquote content difficulty, you can do it blind. Pretty much no one will be mad if you go in and do it blind. It's a different story with extremes and savage. But anything that is considered casual content, I don't think anyone minds. Also, the Wanderlust. Right. It's gamer time. It's hard. And he has a surprise tank buster, so this is going to be really, really not funny. Just used it, so I do think I can safely finish this cast. Ow. And Breath of Magic. This is a bad time to use hydration, but... oh, one hit. Nice. Ow. Okay, we're halfway there. I can probably safely use Blood Drain a little bit to replenish. Where the father at? Why are you looking that way? It just weirds me out, man. What are you doing? Oh, no need for that. Ow. We did it! And we had, like... I'm pretty sure, I can't remember if it was at 4 or 5, that the boss becomes, like, big, and you die. I think it's 5. I think. Might be 4. But if that's the case, we did it in half the time we were allowed. Yeah, as Aradel says, Blue Mages can learn Candy Cane from the first boss. There's actually a little funny story with that. Because I believe the attack from the boss used to be that he summoned a magic hammer, like you know, one of those like rubber hammers that go like squeaky hammers, and bonks you with that. But when they increased the max level of Blue Mages to 80, they changed it because it made no sense, because Blue Mages already have magic hammer. If I can find it. Where are you, Magic Hammer? Magic Hammer! Where have you gone? There you are. So it made no sense. The funny thing is that Candy Cane does the exact opposite reduction of Magic Hammer. Bob says, I recently had a 35-minute long Banasparti run with a new healer. Watching a guide is not always a bad idea. See, there's a key thing there, is that some players might benefit from watching a guide for their own sakes. But I think most players don't need it. Like, I don't think most players need it. But I see what you mean, Bob. That would also be quite frustrating to me. I've also had runs in Vanaspati where someone just didn't get the mechanic on the final boss, which typically meant that they absolutely super died on the final boss. And it's extra bad if it's the healer who does that. Hey Siren! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're doing Qitana Ravel after this. We had a little vote on running it back in Dawn Meg. And people wanted to run it back, so we do. Ow. 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 Why are you so far away? Why are these frogs freezable? Consistency, right? Living on a prayer. The scariest thing about bosses that have a surprise tank buster is specifically that you basically have to be healthy enough to take the hit all of the time. Otherwise, you just suddenly die. And this is especially scary when doing stuff as Blue Mage, because Blue Mage is like... as a tank, Blue Mage is about as tanky as like a Dragoon holding a flag that says, I'm a tank. If the boss really believes it, then it'll probably work, kind of. A little bit, maybe. Mia says, I was alone in the belly as a theologian for about a minute. On Cerberus? That's a bad time. Waiting for cooldowns. Waiting for cooldowns. I don't think we need to save anything for the intermission. I'm pretty sure we can just do it, no problem. But yeah, you're right, Bob, that that you might... Like, that there is absolutely content where there might be a good idea to watch a guide. But it's more to say that most players are fine with it. Like, if you wiped on a boss multiple times, then... Like, if the person just doesn't get it when you try to explain it, then that might be an opportune time to go, can you just look up a guide? Like, can you just look up a guide for this boss? It'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll get it right. But usually it shouldn't be a problem. Himia says, what's that emote? This is bee's knees. You buy it in the gold saucer. Better now than later, Siren. Remember that usually people remember that they should do Blue Mage stuff when Moogle tombstones are a thing. And that's not the time to do it. Talking about mentoring. Well, the thing is, if someone attempts genuinely to explain something and you don't get it, like if you don't understand a boss mechanic and you just can't do it, then it might be better to just like watch a guide on it in that moment, like in the immediate moment. That might be the best you can do to fix the problem. And that is also a way to learn, right? If you just say, okay, I don't get this, so how about I just really quickly watch a guide on this? And there we go. I have a feeling we're actually going to see all of the mechanics this boss has to offer for once. What? Free up time, and also free opportunity to heal myself. And that's fair, Bob. You know, I will say that the weirdest groups I get tends to happen around that time of day. That's when you get those really weird players where you're sitting there like, how did you get this far in the game? How did you manage that? It's either there at that time, or it's like an hour before the daily reset. It's AoE spam time! Siren says, how long has chat been on screen? I added it today. So hopefully it's working fine, because this is the first go. Yeah, actually earlier we were talking about it was causing so it was getting a little awkward with my job icons overlapping with it. And I actually added like a little, like a pretty thin fade like background on the messages because I hoped that would help. Didn't do that much, but I do think it looks nice. Hey, you're done? Oh, Morbanesh. Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. We did the thing. Font looks good too. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not the best judge of that, so I'm glad to hear that it's nice. Hey Riku, feel like it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly, Archibuster. Midnight is a gambler's time for Duty Finder. You either get like the crazy pros that are, who knows why they're on, or you get, you know, the guy where like, how did you beat the final solo duty? Like, how did you do it? How, actually, more importantly, how did you beat the hardest solo duty on very easy? J-Kick is indeed from, I think it's from Brute Justice as well. I think it's from Brute Justice. See if I can, there it is. Alexander, the Burden of the Sun. Wait, that's not a trial. The Burden of the Sun. Yeah, that would be Brute Justice. The funny thing is that with Blue Mage spells, most of the spells you see me use are basically just the majority of the spells you have access to as a Blue Mage is like they're casted spells. So the rest is just, well, this is an ability I can weave and this is an ability I can weave. Cyrus says, what is the hardest duty? I feel like someone made a list. Yeah, I did make a list, and you know, the most incredible way to figure out that you might be wrong is to be wrong on the internet, because a lot of people disagreed with my top pick, which is why tomorrow I'm putting out a video where we talk about the solo duty that apparently most people agree is actually the hardest one. The funny thing is that I missed it because I thought it was just stupid. Like, I thought it was hard for me because I was stupid. Like, I was doing it wrong. That was the reason. Right. We did the thing. So now we do the next thing. Yes, Yumia, the Venar one. You can see on the Small Kai side quest that I beat it first try. And I also beat it first try on my main, basically years ago at this point. Which is why I was like, well, it's probably not that hard. It's probably just me who's an idiot. VX says, pro tip, be wrong in the video. Get people to comment and push it for the algorithm. Make it something really easy that doesn't affect anything. People will still point it out. That is true. Some people will. That is very true. But in this case, the thing is, to make a video about the hardest solo duties and MSQ tasks in the game would require that I go and say, okay, well, let's first imagine that you're a player who's having a hard time and basically getting carried in all party content. Like, let's start with that. That was what I was going with. If you're getting carried in all party content, like you do Tasha and you're basically just on the verge of auto-attacking, that is of course exaggerated. Then you start to go, okay, then almost any solo duty would be hard, right? Bob says, I'm at that duty. Have every physical ranged at 90 with 640 gear. Which of the 3 jobs would be best to do it with? I would say that Machinist is probably the best one of the 3. But the thing that made it really hard, like the ones that have said that it was the hardest have been Black Mages. And then some melee players have also said that it was really, really hard. Like, I've mentioned a few. And I will mention a few tomorrow. And it's pretty funny what things people find, like what caused duties to be difficult. There's a particular one that people found difficult because of the duty explaining what you're supposed to do in text, and they say it only once. Hey, Lukadamaji. Hey, Echo Okami. Hope you're both doing well. There was someone in the comments of the video I had on hardest MSQ duties that said that they were stuck on the Vanar fight for a few days. And they finally overcame it by switching to a different job. And I was sitting there reading that like, it's okay to do it on very easy. No one's going to judge you for doing it on very easy. Was what I was thinking. The thing that is really interesting about it is that there's a lot of duties where there are DPS checks. But if you see a DPS check in a solo duty and you go, wow, that was really hard to actually make it as a DPS, then you have to remember that if it was just as strict of a DPS check for a healer, then they wouldn't be able to do it. Because they do less damage, which means we can probably assume that solo duties are actually balanced around what job you're playing. So that they don't take an eternity because you're a healer. Which also means that healers have a really easy time with the Vanar fight. Kagaruki says, I remember doing it on Black Mage and thinking, wow, that was a real step up from usual. And yeah, exactly. I will say, even though I beat it on my first go on both my characters, if you go and watch the Small Kai episode where we did it, I was 1 orb from failing. So it's not like I was like, yeah, it was easy, ha. I made it just barely first try. Very hard mode MSQ New Game Plus. You know what? I think there would be some players that would enjoy that. Whenever there's a solo duty, it's just like, would you like the hard version? I think they would. Don't think it would be unpopular, at least. Right, so now we are back to progressing. What do we get at level 76? Oh. Oh. Well, that's a little bit boring. We get like 3 extra cure potency every 90 seconds. Incredible. How did the solo go? Hey, Soul Silver, we were just doing Don Meg first with Blue Mage. And that went extremely easily. Extremely so. Matthew says, how much do I need to go through to get a test of your reflexes on New Game Plus? I think the Endwalker MSQ is split up in 2 parts. Is it 2 or is it 3? But if it's 2 parts, then presumably like you have to go through half of the Endwalker MSQ, which is a lot. I'm sure I'm not the only one that would like it if you could go into New Game Plus and just choose the solo duties directly. Over now, well, that would still be in the second half. It's fine, Soul Silver. We're doing Qitana Ravel next, so the thing that you missed is actually the little bonus thing that wasn't advertised. Unfortunately, we don't get anything interesting at level 76. Solo Minstrel's Ballad. You know, they see that exactly. They could absolutely make hard mode encounters like that. You could just go up to a Minstrel's Ballad, to the Minstrel and get. They could do that. Duels and Bosha are designed for that. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh boy. This is a... this is a chonky boy. This mob is taking so long to die that he's stopping up, looking at me like, wait, why am I still alive? I didn't think I'd make it this far. Well, I guess I'll just start from the top then. Wrath of Ronka then. And then he's standing there again, like, you're still not done? Okay then, Wrath of Ronka then, I guess. Why do I live still? Just to suffer. Watch the enemy pull out a random enrage no one knows about. You know, that would be pretty funny. Just after fighting for over 2 or 3 minutes, he's just like, you know what? Screw this, and just like supercharges all of the statues and just blasts you. Good job, Bob. Yeah. Open your eyes and purge the Ravel of this taint. You've said that like over half a dozen times, buddy. Placeholder enrage.exe. It's just called a number. Just like an error message. Oops. Finally hit me with it. Waver says, will Beastmaster be level 100 match blue? Beastmaster is revealed to be a limited job, which means that we don't know if it will start at level 50. Remember, Blue Mage originally started at level 50 and then gradually was allowed to be level 60 and then 70, even though Blue Mage was added in like the final patch just before Shadowbringers. I think I'll just do this much. Right, started capped at 50. Yes, started capped at 50. Right. Oh man, these mobs are chonky. Chonky! But yeah, we don't know if Beastmaster will start with a level cap of, like, for example, 50, so like to like pad it out, or if they just give us like straight up, yeah, you can be like level 80 should be fine, or if they go full level like beyond that. What we know is Blue Mage is probably not getting to level 90 until like near the end of Dawn Trail. And the reason why, for those wondering, the reason why Blue Mage keeps getting shafted and not allowed to be the same level as everyone else, and not even close, is because Blue Mage is so insanely overpowered that Blue Mage can actually match and exceed at times the DPS of a job 10 levels above it. Which means that if they didn't account for Blue Mage being a limited job, then if Blue Mage was level 80 in the first raid tier of Endwalker, I could imagine it a very real possibility that you could bring a Blue Mage as a DPS in like P1S, because Blue Mage would be able to keep up on the damage potentially. So if they can just live with things like Diamondback, they would be able to compete with everyone else with a 10 level disadvantage, because Blue Mage is insane. Like, the reason why Blue Mage is so funny and crazy is because if it was allowed to be to play along with the normal jobs, it wouldn't be balanced. It would be completely busted. So that's why they limit it like they do. Blue Mage doesn't get to be within 10 levels of all the other jobs before all the other jobs are so far ahead in item level that there is a reasonable possibility that Blue Mage can't keep up with them. So, like, my expectation is that Beastmaster will possibly start with a level cap of 80, I would guess, because that would make it easier for it to play with Blue Mage, and based on the announcements that we have, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to do that. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to do that. Oh boy. Are you ready for Wrath of Ronka.exe again? Yeah, I would say it might be that they make it level 50 to start and then like somewhat gradually makes it 60, 70, 80, so that like you get to experience each level cap if you're there when it's launched. But I feel like it's more possible that they make the cap just 80 from like right out the gate. who's Pagaga? Isn't that the Lalafell who does the funny emote? Was that someone else? Ymir says who? You know what? I get that. I get that. Because I mashed a little too hard through the Boja storyline. So I realized, oh, that's a character. When the emote was added, I realized that that was funnier than I gave it credit for originally. Cyrus, I would guess that what they would do, and again, we can't know without seeing the job actually. My guess would be that you go around and tame different beasts around the world, and then you like get to add them to like a menu, like how Blue Mage has its spellbook, so that you can like switch between them for fights. It wouldn't even surprise me if they they might even do it so that your actions are calling in different beasts, but I don't want to get too deep on that, because that's going to be extremely boring. Because then it would mean that you're a beast master, but what you're actually doing is you're just going summon random tiger attack, which I think would be really, really boring. Something that I would think would be extremely cool is if you could use multiple pets at once or something. Can't wait to be mad at the Beastmaster log as well. I'm guessing that they might share. You should be watching Kai's stream in shambles. He's like sitting there with exactly what I described would be boring. Just, oh no. Oh no. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that that it feels like he watched exactly something that I did. Oh, Kai made a video discussing the Crystal Tower and Alliance raids problem. How about we work on that? Oh, Kai made a samurai guide detailing how to use Chitin. First boss time. Just randomly tame Alexander. Ow. Yeah, it just got to the first boss. It took us 12 minutes to get here. Small Kai is already a beast master. She has the whole community at her back. That's actually how she does all of her open world stuff. She just summons, like, she just goes, summon Ymir. The weird thing is that Small Kai, it doesn't even say anything. It's just mobs appear and they just get decimated by her pack. Wolf pack. Yeah, exactly. I think Stickman Corp is somewhat on the right track there, because part of the problem is that a summoner wouldn't work very well in the MMO system that we're dealing with. So Beastmaster being a limited job allows it to get a little crazy with it. Enkindle Ymir. No, Minmay, a pack. You know, like a wolf pack. Although it could also be a pact, because you are cultists, right? Exactly, the pink pact. Oh man, the mobs are getting real chonky. It was way easier with Blue Mage. Oh boy. Lozadal, why are you so thick? Why you have to be so thick? I think Phoenix Mama is Suzaku. All she wanted to was pet glamour in your pink carbuncle. That would be strange. At the moment, Small Kaiser running around the world, being the most ferocious Dark Knight. So it makes sense for her wolf pack to be living shadows. Would be weird if they do Beastmaster old summoner playstyle. They don't even try to hide it. You literally start with Ruin and then you learn Bio and Miasma and everything. Like, you wanted a pet class. We're halfway there. We've been at this fight for like 5 minutes. So this will be like a 10-minute fight. A few moments later. 5 minutes later. The worst part about boss fights where they're really chonky, but clearly we're in no danger, is that it means that we're just going through the motions for 10 minutes. Like, if it's a tight DPS check, then there's an importance to make it all the way. But this boss doesn't really appear to have anything up their non-existing sleeves. I'm not even using potions. Something that is quite interesting with pet jobs, Cyrus, is that take an MMO that has had pet classes for much longer than Final Fantasy XIV. In World of Warcraft, pet classes are janky, and their pets are usually like a minor detail, like a footnote in their total damage. And if the pet has to do anything, it usually has, like, in the modern version of the game, has like some sort of mechanic that just latches the pet onto the boss so that it actually works. So that you don't get messed up by the jank. So it's not surprising that Final Fantasy XIV came to the conclusion of it's just not going to feel great. It's just not going to feel great. So let's just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of pets for the most part, or make it in a way where it doesn't hurt your damage or something. Like I see why that they would do that, but it still kind of sucks that we don't really have a DPS pet class, and our healer pet class is like, let's be real, it's not that heavy on the pet mechanics, is it? Could use DPS potions. I could. That, like, an approximately 8% DPS increase, well, 10% DPS increase for 30 seconds is not going to make much of a splash in a 10-minute fight. But I could, in retrospect. Would be pretty funny if at some point the boss just goes, you know what? What if I just have the statue on the left and then I just cleave the right side? Like, he just goes, wait a minute. I think I have an idea why this isn't working. Stickman Corp says, one thing I think could make pets feel more unique is if all their actions were like sick and heal, they can be used while casting. You won't believe how pets worked before Shadowbringers then. You used to just have all of your pet actions on your pet hotbar, and you could just call them there. And then the pet would just do them. The problem was that your pet would, like, schedule them sometime in the future when it got around to it, right? It would get to it, don't worry, it'll get there eventually, but don't get your hopes up if you wanted that Fey Illumination to come right now. Like, did you mean for this raid wide? Are you crazy? You should have booked that last month if that's what you wanted. Yeah, that I will say that if you could command your pet separate from yourself, that would be pretty cool, but I don't think it would, like, fix the problem. Uh-oh. Guess who forgot to run early? Ow. 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 Why is the iguana so tanky? What happened? What did you do? Why are you so thick in particular? Did you take lessons at Losatl, or what's happening here? Zach asks how I feel about the new caster job. I think Pictomancer looks very cool. I talked a little bit more about it on the daily stream early in the week, but the long and the short of it is that I would rather have a cool and unique Pictomancer than a, like, not that fun Green Mage. Like, if they can't make Green Mage, then don't sell us Green Mage as not Green Mage. So like that's for the most part. I think it looks cool. And as long as it's fun to play, then I have no complaints. I just don't know how it plays, so we'll take that when we get there. Azumia says, hope it's fun. Stickman Corp says, what's Green Mage? It was the job we thought we were getting. Green Mage is in the Final Fantasy franchise at large, it is a rather rare job. It's only present in like 2 games, but its specialty is like buffs and debuffs. So like normally you would see things like protect on a white mage, but in games where the green mage is present, it's the green mage who does things like protect and shell. It's like it applies buffs to your team, it applies debuffs to the enemies and things like that. And that's what it does. Which of course means that when people thought we were getting Green Mage, they were thinking we're getting like a Dot Mage, because we lost the Dot Mage when they reworked Summoner. And, well, a lot of people I noticed in the live chat of the reveal were very mad that they didn't get Green Mage. Because I'm guessing they were expecting that was going to be the new Dot Mage that they were expecting, which they didn't get. The reason why people thought it was going to be Green Mage is because Kryl showed an accessory or something with an icon that looked basically like the icon of Green Mage in the games that Green Mage exists in, which is like 1 or 2 games. 11 says, what's with the dot obsession of people? It's just that some players like the unique aspects of dot management, 11. That's basically what it is. People think that's fun. You have to remember that Summoner was originally basically a carbon copy of Warlock from World of Warcraft. That's how it started. A mage with a pet that mainly does damage through damage over time. Would a dot class ever work in Final Fantasy XIV? I mean, the reason why Paladin got reworked to not be a dot-centric tank anymore, because of that's what Goring Blade made it, was because it was basically incapable of keeping up with the other tanks properly, and tended to be messed up by certain common boss mechanics and features that other tanks were not. So whether a dot class would work, due to the extreme tight balancing of Final Fantasy XIV and the aim of making sure that all jobs are almost exactly equally viable in all content, a dot class would either always be better than a not dot class, or always worse. There's basically no in between. And the reason for that is that the weakness of dot jobs is that they have more of a ramp up. Like, they have to apply their dots, set up on the enemy, and then, you know, stick to the enemy for an extended period of time to, like, build up the benefits of a dot job. Whereas most of the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV just, you know, just go blasting immediately. Which, a dot job just wouldn't be able to do in the same capacity. And the reason why a dot job then would always be either worse or better than a not dot job is simply because it would do much better than a normal job, or, you know, a normal burst DPS job in a fight where its advantage of ramping damage would be supported, and then it would just do less in a fight where it isn't. And that makes for a really, really awkward situation. Cyrus says, dot crits win? Dots can crit. They've always been able to crit in Final Fantasy XIV. It's just that they don't get the exclamation points. They just do more damage when they crit. They can crit every tick. Back in A Realm Reborn, bards had, rather archers had a trait called Rivers of Blood, which made it so that every time your dots crit ticked, it reset the cooldown on Bloodletter. That later was when they got reworked in Stormblood? I think it was Stormblood. They just applied that effect as the Mage's Ballad effect. And then in Shadowbringers, they reworked it again so that instead the Mage's Ballad effect just was a fixed chance to activate. Because having it scale with crit meant that Bard sucked early in an expansion when you didn't have a lot of crit rate, and was overpowered in the later parts when you did. Again, a little bit similar to the dot mage problem, right? Either you suck or you're too good, and there's no in between. And then in Endwalker they removed dots from the equation, because reasons. They don't show an exclamation point. Not as far as I remember. They just do a bigger number. But can anyone check? Like, if you just go to a striking dummy and apply your dots, eventually it'll happen. Darth says you could make a dot job that have abilities that do damage based on how many dots you have up on the target. Yeah, that's kind of what... Oops. That's bad. Kind of what Summoner's Fester used to do. There was just not enough of it. And yeah, if you kill something fast, it loses value. Like, basically what I'm getting at is, in an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, where you want all of the DPS jobs, for example, to be within a reasonable distance of each other in terms of, like, power, a dot job, in general, would just never be able to be within the wanted distance of the other jobs. Red numbers with no exclamation mark. Right. There's a reason WoW class balance is a nightmare. Yeah, that certainly also is a factor that they decide to have a dot job because they want a dot job. Or dot specialization even. Yeah, I don't know. My best suggestion of a dot job is certainly not what Summoner was, or what Bard is or was. The problem with both of these as hypothetical dot jobs is that they don't actually really interact with their dots. Like, of all the dot applying jobs we have had in Final Fantasy XIV, Black Mage is the closest we really get to a dot mage, in my opinion, because it's like the only dot mage that applies its dots for something other than the literal damage that the dot does. Summoner's motivation to apply its dots is, well, they do more damage than not using them. Bard's motivation nowadays is, well, it's better than not using them. But other than Thundercloud, that's it. That's literally it. The fact that that one interaction makes Black Mage the most dot-centric job we have should tell you how little dot-centric jobs we have. But ultimately, and this is also what I was saying before, and what I was getting at before, is I would like a dot mage, but that's mainly because I love Warlock. Which means I would also like a pet job again. Thank you. But I would rather have a fun job that I enjoy playing than a janky mess because I just had to have a dot job or a pet job. Right? Hey, little wolf. Hope you're doing well. So like that's what I'm trying to get at, is that I'm not that hung up on us not having a dot job. I'm not that hung up on not having a pet DPS. But I can still dream, right? I can still say that I want it, but I will I will present that, serve that with the request that if you're going to make one, make it right. Otherwise, I don't care. I'd rather not have a dot mage than have a bad one. I'm doing well, Elisa Wolf. We're talking a little bit about jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. That is also true, Soul Silver. Dot jobs tend to, like, by design, become extra super big brain because of things like dot snapshotting, which means that it can make a job really hard to pick up. Gazel says most of the pet jankiness from back in Shadowbringers or before is fixed. Well, is it? Because the thing is, the pet jank from Shadowbringers and before has not been fixed. It's just been made less clear. You can still ghost your actions. I believe on the Tuesday stream, I literally, one attempt, managed to make my Bahamut ghost Achmorn. First try. The reason why it is less clear is because they've removed most of your ability to actually command your pet to do things and automated most of the process, so you don't have the opportunity to mess it up. Your carbuncle, like, consider this: in patch 6.0, Searing Light was something your pet casted. I can't remember if it was 6.05 or 6.1 that they made it so that you cast it yourself, but they removed it for a reason. Like, that was the one big responsibility your carbuncle actually had, because, let's be real here, Radiant Aegis isn't a particularly big responsibility. And that still didn't work. It was one thing. So, like, you're right, Gazel, they worked on it, but it's very clear that the Final Fantasy XIV code just doesn't work that well with pets, unfortunately. Hey, Sun Arcana and Fission. Hope you're both doing very well. I have something to watch while I spent 4 years doing my Splendorous tools. Good luck. Make sure you don't press wrong. You think they improved at all with Beastmaster coming along? They might. They might have figured out something. And hey, if Beastmaster turns out to work really well, then we could potentially have a pet, like a proper pet job, as opposed to a limited pet job in our future. But I do think that test running the whatever they've done with pets, if they have done anything for Beastmaster, like if they fixed it so that it's good, then it's probably not the worst decision to make the testing grounds a limited job, because if it kinda sucks, that's fine. It's kind of expected that limited jobs are weird and janky, right? But honestly, Soma, Gabi has one remaining responsibility: moral support. That's the reason why I'm concerned about Beastmaster, because technically they could make a Beastmaster and just have it be like, oh, you fight a beast and then you unlock the ability to call upon the beast for an attack. Instead of you know, controlling beasts. They're basically just GZDs and OGZDs that come in and help you for one attack. And they could absolutely do that. But it wouldn't be, it would be a massive letdown, I think. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone who's expecting Beastmaster would be disappointed if that's what we get. Sun Arcana says, ghosting happens more often to me as Scholar. Exactly. If you're queuing up your Whispering Dawn and then you go, oh, actually I need to use Seraph right now. Goodbye to Whispering Dawn. Hope you didn't need it. Absolutely true. But it's all still there. It's just that they've made the pets more responsive, so you have to do something really specific most of the time to cause ghosting. But it's still there, looming, lurking in the shadows. Vision says, what chair do you have? I have a DX Racer that is kind of old. That's probably why you can't even see the name on the pillow. I got it just before all of the, as far as I know at least, before all of the cheaper alternatives came about. I don't know if it's actually worth the price necessarily. So I might not be the best person to ask on this. But it is a DX Racer. I believe it's I can't remember the exact name, but it was like one that was designed to take that to be like extra sturdy, so it can take more weight than normal, and it is also made to last a little bit better. Gleaming says, what is ghosting? So ghosting is if you command your pet to use an action, the action goes on cooldown when you command it, right? However, the pet has to perform it, and it puts the order in a queue, you could say. It'll get to it eventually. And if the pet, for any reason, disappears from the battlefield before actually managing to perform your order, you don't get a refund. The cooldown is just gone. And in the most spectacular and exact example of what ghosting means is that if your pet is about to use the thing that you requested it to do, and then it disappears in the middle of the action, it will still do the animation, but it will not actually do anything. This can be seen, for example, as Bahamut casting Akmon. The laser beam is shot and explodes at the enemy, but no damage numbers appear because Bahamut already left. So yeah, ghosting is a weird thing. It's very easy to force it to happen if you want to. Like, here's the thing. To make Bahamut ghost Akmon, you have to intentionally delay Akmon extremely long. The reason why this is a common example that people use is because Akmon used to be something you could do twice per Bahamut. Which means that you had one right when you summoned Bahamut, and then an extra one just as he was about to leave. So if you clicked Enkindle too late, then you could absolutely end up in a situation where the second one just didn't go off. And also, yeah, we've been at this for 46 minutes. And I'm trying my best to do this quickly. Like, I'm doing gigapulls here. I'm trying my best. But the mobs are too thick. I'm trying to clear the dungeon, but the mobs are too dummy thick. That was the wrong order. This is bad. You're winning, Kai? I'll get back to you on that. I'm dying slowly or quickly. Okay, I think we're back to winning. I think we're back to winning. Traverse's ghosting is also equal to me at work right now while watching the stream. Yeah, ghosting is when your boss orders you to do something, but then you get distracted by a funny streamer. You just don't do it. Because it's also extremely common that, like, actually, that's how it works at work, right? What happens is that you have, like, your boss standing right next to you, and then, like, they do like this, like a wavy motion, and then you're supposed to do a thing. He's like, "Enkindle Traverse," and then you're supposed to do a thing. That's how it works, right? And then you clock out and the action doesn't happen. So you make like you do it, but you don't. That is actually exactly what ghosting is. Bahamut casting Akmon, do the animation and everything, but the damage just goes. That's actually basically that. Incredible. Just these days, the most likely reason that you're ghosting, like if you manage to ghost Akmon, is like if you're holding on to Enkindle waiting for raid buffs for too long. That's one way for it to happen. But the most classic way to do it is if you're like, I don't know, let's say you're making a video trying to demonstrate what ghosting is. So you summon Bahamut and then you do nothing for like 14.8 seconds. And then just as Bahamut looks at his watch like, well, I have to go now. You're like, wait, Enkindle Bahamut. And then he's like, well, I'll try my best. And then he'll just like throw it on his way out the door, right? And then nothing happens. Doesn't really, like, it doesn't really happen normally. And if you oh yeah, that's true. Ghosting Bahamut's auto attacks was also a thing. It actually dictated how you did your Bahamut part of your rotation back in Shadowbringers. Because the way that Bahamut worked in Shadowbringers is every time you used a spell, Bahamut would use Wormwave. But if you casted, like manually casted your last spell as Bahamut was about to leave, he would cast Wormwave. But it wouldn't work. So usually people would save further ruin casts for the second half of the Bahamut section of their rotation so that they were sure that the last worm wave would go through. Do we need to wait for anything? I think we're good. 20 minutes for Eros. Well, I sure hope not. Because then we have like 2 attempts. How much damage are we talking here, Eros? That's not so bad. Wow! Knockback immunity! Incredible! So the scariest thing in this fight is going to be the stack marker. That is it. Like, that's it. That's what we're waiting for. I want to know how painful the stack marker is. That's all I need to know. Just home gang. Well, we can do that once. We can do it once. The problem is this fight is probably going to be a while. But if it only uses it once every 4 minutes, then we can just home gang it. But that is a good tip. I should probably make sure to do that. Oh, right. Inner release. I was ready to try and dash cancel it, but then I was immune, so... We can never be sure, Chelsea. One of the most insane tank bust, most insane stack markers I had to deal with in these challenge streams has been in Doma Castle. The second boss has a stack marker that ignores mitigation. That turned out to be a problem. 20,000. Okay. I can take that. Although I think I have messed up my healing order, so I might actually die now. Yep, Doma Castle's second boss has this that weird thing with the Circle of Death attack. Its Tank Buster has it just ignores mitigation. Well, not its Tank Buster. Its stack marker ignores it, which is completely irrelevant if you're in a party, but if you're not. The thing is, you can use Holmgang for it, if I remember correctly, but it uses the stack marker often enough that you cannot just Holmgang it every time, which is why my default approach to stack markers is, can I deal with it without Holmgang? The second boss in Castrum Urbania, the one with the cup that overfloweth and all that. He also has he uses a stack marker and soak things that happen so often that you can't overcome it with Holmgang. That's like the general problem there. His cup has been reworked, Ymir. I'm pretty sure it still runs over with something, doesn't it? It just switches between the things in an orderly fashion. I'm pretty sure he still says that his cup run is over, doesn't he? What does he say then? He does switch between the elements. That much I know for a fact. The cup was fixed, but it reveals that people don't know how towers work. So I should be clear, what I mean by his cup still runs over is not that the mechanic still is the same. What I'm saying is that he literally said the thing with his cup. Like, not in a voiceover, but just in a text. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know, like, I don't know, did they make it so he doesn't say that anymore? Is that what you're saying? Ow. His mug runs over now. We gave him a coffee mug instead. Irimia says he doesn't say that anymore. So what I'm saying is, does he not... What does he say instead? Does he say nothing? We're talking about the second boss in Castromabania, the guy that had his cup runners over, you know. He calls upon a specific element that you have to hit him with. And if you don't, he gets real mad. And he kills you. And then he says, my cup runneth over with fire, for example, which means that you have to use fire on him. But they reworked him. And like that is something we can agree on. He was reworked. But I spent quite a while fighting him on these challenge streams because he's really hard to solo. But it sounds like apparently he doesn't say the thing with his cup anymore. How long have we been at this fight? 10 minutes? Anyone taking time? I forgot to stockpile something to stop it. Ow. 25% left. Here it comes. Uh-oh, this is bad. Don't know what I did, what I messed up in my plan to suddenly be so far behind on healing. But yeah, even on a boss, just running away a little bit still works. Still means that the boss's tank buster gets delayed a second. Oh no! Yeah, the worst part is if we wipe now, I don't... well, we would have time for like one more attempt. But this guy is incredibly thick. I'm trying to fight Eros, but he's dummy thick. Mm. Mm. 5%. Nice. That is a good crit. That is a nice, a very nice crit. Ha! My 0 seconds left inner release blocked the knockback. Wow. That took 65 minutes. $65 minutes. I feel like a huge part of that was like the Wrath of Ronka guys near the start. Oh man, they took like 4 minutes each. They were just as surprised as I was that they were still alive. Exactly, Chelsea. Just the perfect snapshot. And if anyone asks, I totally planned it. Like, absolutely. That's how that worked. I was actually like, I actually pressed that inner release exactly then so that I could immune it. Yep. That's how it works. That's absolutely what happened. Yeah, Yumi, I do believe the "It's been 84 years" is from Titanic. It's just funny. I'm guessing a lot more people know the meme than have actually watched Titanic, because I haven't. I haven't watched Titanic, so I'll have to take your word for it. How does Greek Cupid turn into Cerberus? What? Is this related to Eros? Or what's happening here? Cupid is Roman. Eros is Greek. Oh. That's interesting. Right. I think we're going to do Malika's Well next. But before we do that, I will be right back. In the meantime, manatee restored. The first set of pulls were 15 minutes. Wow. Wait, what happened? Out of the corner of my eye, it looked like someone died. Or was it just a teleport? Yeah, another dungeon soloed. Apparently it can be done. And that is that's long. And I think one of the problems is that we're not getting very many things that improve our damage. Now that we're getting into Malika's Well, we get the incredible upgrade that Thrill of Battle now also increases the healing of Equilibrium. Ta-da! That's it. Warrior doesn't get that much. The biggest damage gain we're getting is at 80 with Inner Chaos. And it's not that much. Thrill is a DPS gain on 0. That's a callback. Yeah, I guess it is. Hero's Gauntlet might be a hard lock. Well, we'll see if it can be done. It isn't the first or the last time where we've reached a dungeon and gone, don't think we can do this. And usually what we do when we reach a dungeon that isn't like doable by normal means solo, we either go and give it a fair shot and make sure that we actually tried. Alternatively, we go in with Blue Mage and go, well, Blue Mage can do it, which is still interesting. Because sometimes Blue Mage might actually not be able to do it. And if that doesn't work, well, then we go, I don't think it can be done. And the key word here is I don't think it can be done, because it wouldn't be the first time that I go, we can't solo this, only for someone else to go, yes you can, just do this thing that you didn't do. Oh. Yes, and we beat the dungeon with in a total of 65 minutes. And the final boss on its own took like 15 minutes. Thank you for joining in here. Hope to see you soon. Have a nice day. The first boss might be convenient with 3 targets. Oh yeah, that's true. We might want to keep the ads around. It depends on how much damage they do. Like ultimately, that's what we're concerned about, is how much damage am I taking? Are they actually a net gain on healing? Dawn Meg was like rather quickly. Whereas, oh, that color looks a little bit weird in the super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, Emir. Is that coffee? Is it a coffee ghost? Thank you so much, Emir. We did Don't Make rather quickly, and then we did we took 65 minutes in Qitana Ravel, because everything took an eternity in Qitana Ravel. I wonder what's causing it to look like that. I'm guessing it's that it's using the actual color of the text in the super chat, and then it's adding like a border on it, which then causes it to do that. Does the royal cupbearer's cup runneth over? Is it a muck that is running over Emir? That could be it. What's your prediction for Malikas? Ooh, I don't know. I would imagine that the final boss is going to be brutally hard. But then we also just have to first get to that. And the reason why I think the final boss is going to be brutally hard is basically it doesn't have a tank buster because every punch it delivers hurts so much. So much. Like, wow, it hurts. So it doesn't need no tank buster. Whoever designed the fight is just like, what if every attack was a tank buster? Wouldn't that be fun? And that random guy trying to solo the dungeon goes, no? Can we not do that? Exactly, it's like mini buster auto attacks. That explains it pretty well. The thing is that the boss spends a lot of time doing mechanics, which typically balances it out, because it means you have plenty of time in between each set of swings to like recover. But that's usually done by the healer keeping you up. Me when I'm feeling a little silly. Every enemy auto hit is a tank buster. That certainly also simplifies some things. Then you don't even have to program in a tank buster. Time save! I think the reason why I notice these things, Lokadamaji, is because I've done this dungeon probably an unhealthy amount of times. Meanwhile, there's other things that I don't notice. Like, for example, I never realized on the cross AoEs on the final boss that the arena isn't square. So you can just step out of the you can just flat out step out of the area where the AoEs are happening. You can just exit, and then problem solved. And that never occurred to me. That was something someone randomly pointed out on the stream. And that's also true, Chelsea. The final boss of World of Darkness, where its autos hit crazy hard and apply a dot. And honestly, if you're not actively paying attention to it, it could be very easily missed, I think. The greed is too strong. The super chat is flying. Yeah, it appears that it stays as long as it wants to, as long as it's within reach. But it's not intentional that the text looks like that. I'm sorry about that, Emir. I'm greeding way too hard for the sheer amount of defensive cooldowns that I have in stock. That is to say, I don't have any. I'm just here spending all of my HP on damage uptime while I have nothing that should actually suggest I have the resources to afford that. How long did it take us? I think it took us 12 minutes to reach the first boss in Qitana Ravel. Probably been like 9 minutes by the time we enter the boss arena. It tends to help when there isn't like a random mob, like, oh yeah, you have to fight me alone. Twice, even. It has a stack marker as well, if I remember correctly. I just realized this fight is going to suck so much. Show me how much it is. Just let me have it. Oh, that was nothing. I don't want melee uptime. It's fine. I didn't want it anyway. It's fine. Totally fine. I don't care. No, it's okay. I would like... Thank you. I was just thinking I could use some ads. They don't actually hit very hard, so this might be fine. Not entirely sure on that, actually, now that I think about it. Welcome back, Bob. Yes, we managed to solo Qitana Ravel. It took 65 minutes. Card says the ads do a thing, if not dead. I wonder what that is. But that wouldn't be the first time that I've seen something like that, so it probably makes pretty good sense to get rid of them. They also hit pretty hard, like, on second inspection. Like, their auto attacks hit for like 1,000 each. So in the time span, like, I heal from each of them like 8,000 or something like that. But in the time span between those heals, they will have done like easily 10,000 damage. There's no point in keeping them around. For healing reasons, at least. This wasn't fun to solo on blue. Oh yeah, I remember you. Wasn't there was the right round spell to get, which we all use all the time. Am I right, Blue Mages? Right round Blue Mage mains, hands in the air. Let me hear you scream. And it's just like crickets. Oh, I see they cast a spell now, Dath. They cast Rehydration. They heal themselves. They heal themselves to such an astounding amount that I didn't even see it even make a dent on their HP bar. But that's very difficult to see what it actually is in the heat of battle. And usually they don't, like, ads don't cast something like as meaningless as that. Dehydration is a damage up. Oh, well that explains that. Isn't it rehydration? Didn't it cast rehydration? Huh, well, guess I didn't even look at it properly. I think I'm going to die. Oh, that was as close as they get. You can also get rehydration from the armadillos outside of the dungeon. It's much easier. And they also give a different spell. Oh, I can interrupt it. I'll just do that then. I don't care what your spell does. You're not getting it. And that's how it works. That's how we do it here. Uh-oh, I'll get hit by that. Ow. That's not the extra damage that I needed to take. Oh boy. The interrupt weeb. Apparently it's only one of them that casts it. So much damage. Who even wants damage uptime? Ow. We're nearing 10%. We're slowly winning. I hope. I have home gang. That has to count for something, right? Oh no. Oh, I made it. Excellent. Ah! Oh boy, we did it. We got the armadillo. You know, an interesting thing with this dungeon is that I feel like all three bosses have this kind of gimmick where they just do nothing for a bit, and then they just like go down a list and use everything they have. And then just stand there for a bit. By the way, did everyone fall asleep to Armadillo boss? If I remember correctly in regards to the rehydration thing, is that you can get rehydration alongside Shiltron. I'm pretty sure the mobs that give Shiltron also gives rehydration. It's just that the rehydration mobs are like level 71 and the Shiltron mobs are like level 77. So people tend to like do the like if they're gradually leveling through, which some of us did, then it makes sense that you would get one much earlier than the other. I'm pretty sure that the armadillos that give Shieldtron also gives rehydration. But maybe I remember wrong. Oh, that's way easier. These guys actually slowly die from their own attack once they're low enough. Excellent. We'll just do that. Just need to get that guy down to the moment where it starts doing that. And I feel like I remember that it was like that. It would at least make sense to me if it worked like that. Simply because all of the armadillos do that animation where they like splash water on themselves, which is what rehydration does. Yeah, I did kind of the same. I grabbed the spells mostly all at once. For a second, I actually thought I could skip those mobs. Just for a second, it looked like they would just ignore me. Now this is what we call a big pack. I wonder if Mr. Bucket will be harder than the Armadillo boss. It also has a similar thing of like messing you up and pushing you away. But this one has like 2 tank busters in quick succession if I remember correctly. Is it only the ones in that northeast section, Chelsea? That give rehydration? Did you go and check? Because I am curious. Because I might absolutely just completely remember wrong. It's not exactly like it was actually important that they gave rehydration, the ones that I'm talking about. Fair enough. There's also the part that while Shieldtron isn't a bad spell, it's just that It's not that great either. I don't know if tank Blue Mages use Shieldtron, like on the regular. So, like, it's very easy to forget. Like, it's not exactly highest on the priority list. Atheist Blue, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that sounds about right, Cat Damon. Hopefully the auto attacks aren't too brutal, because then we can at least survive between them. But if it is 15 seconds apart, then Rampart is going to be incredibly nice. Look, it's Mr. Bucket. I don't know, Amphibious Talus, that's not what you're called. You're Mr. Bucket. It says so right there, Mr. Bucket. Folks call him Buckethead. Do Talos have the same skeleton as Brute Justice? Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe. That was... I should have done that later. Oops. I do think that they are spaced just so that even Vengeance can work. So if you use Vengeance late enough, then you can make it cover both of them, but you have to do it perfectly. 82%. Oh, this is going to be a long one. I'll have to just eat that. Then I'll have Vengeance for the next one. It seems like there's slightly less than 15 seconds between the hits. The thing that I care about is the distance between when the first tank buster lands and when the second tank buster lands. That's what I need to know. And it appears that like the TBN thing you're talking about, I think it's more that if you use TBN right when you see it be cast, you'll be able to use TBN again for the second one, because it has like 2 or 3 seconds of wind up. That is also why I said it kind of has to be perfect. There you see. It worked. Yeah, Darth, the thing that you need to look for on a Blue Mage GCD is it more than 220 potency? That's always what you're looking for, because the average Blue Mage spammable GCD is 220 potency. That's what you're looking for. Does it beat that? And I believe Shiltron has to, like, reflect. Like, is it 6 or 5 hits? I think it's 5 hits for it to actually turn around and become worth it. The thing is that its duration should make that possible. You say 15 seconds, so it has to be, again, it has to be perfect. And then it just barely is better. And that is then completely made irrelevant, because Goblin Punch is like 300 potency for a tank. So it has to be 6 for a tank to bother with it. Children is 100 in tank stats. Oh, well, in that case, we might have something to go on here, because then it's just 3 hits to be worth it. I know, Cat Damon, I was not saying that you were outright. I didn't mean it as in, oh, you're wrong. It was just more to say that it seems that it is a little... It's actually a little less than 15 seconds between them, but that's perfect for TBN. Oh yeah, we are over halfway, by the way, on the second boss. Trevor says, I just realized he has buckets for hands. Yeah, that's why it's Mr. Bucket. His bucket head, his bucket shoes, apparently, bucket gloves. He's Bucket Man. He's Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket himself. Oh, is Goblin Punch 320? Fair enough. Then yeah, then it would need to be 4. Certainly not helping. And see, the problem is, in content where Shiltron actually matters, it's usually bosses. So what you need as the tank Blue Mage is to cast Shiltron when the boss is going to swing at you 4 times in quick succession. Otherwise, it's not worth it. And, yeah, from the front, yeah. But then again, if Shiltron is working, then the mob is probably looking at you. We can probably assume that much. So yeah, Shiltron is generally like a really awkward action because of that. Because it's not that consistent on the damage it does. And when you get it right, it's not that strong. What makes this fight surprisingly easy is that it seems like his loop is like a minute. So I have a lot of healing that I can just use every minute. And then he spends like 30 seconds doing nothing. So I just get free healing. And yeah, exactly, it does. The problem with Shieldtron is that it's like maybe 80 or 180 potency gain for a tank a few times in a fight. You can probably find something better than that for one spell slot. At 200 potency, I think it would reach a point where people might start using it. Like, just generally. Because if you can just use Shieldtron once as a tank, and then you do all of that damage, then you might not need Goblin Punch. Then you might be able to just have Shieldtron and then, like, spam Blood Drain so that you can use, like, Diamondback more and things like that. Like, when we reach a high enough potency, you might not even need a good spammable attack, but I feel like 200 is still, like, on the cusp. Like, I'm not, like, 100% sure they would do that, but they might. If it was 300, on the other hand. Hey, Kitsu, hope you're doing well. And yeah, we have chat on screen now. Isn't it wild? Is this some sort of joke? If I remember correctly, is it Alphino or Alice that points out that he's wearing buckets? I think it's one of them that points it out, and the other one goes, "Yep, makes sense to me." Until the boss does a mechanic and doesn't alter you. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that if you're low on spell slots, then the way you could view it is, well, I'm going to be spamming Blood Drain anyway, so I'll just use Shieldtron for that nice damage. He finally kicked the bucket. Yeah, we're 40 minutes in. But I am curious. The thing is, with the final boss of the dungeon, it does a lot of damage. Like, it just straight up does a lot of damage over the course of the fight. That's what's scary about it. That's it. Yeah, because its mechanics are extremely simple to deal with. Like, those are not going to be a problem. But he might just overwhelm me with damage. Which, incidentally, both of the previous bosses have also been capable of just beating me over with sheer damage. Like, most of my cooldowns have been used on cooldown for most of the fights. Like, we're really getting somewhere. That's a lot of damage! I want to think that as well, Chelsea. It's just that it would absolutely not have been the first time where I'm like, oh, this particular part of the fight is going to be a problem. And then it's something completely different that is the hard part. Like, there's been a few of the dungeons we're doing here, that we've done solo, where it turned out that the hard fight was actually the second boss and not the final boss. It's almost like a classic on these streams. But this time, so far, I feel like the Armadillo was harder. Ledman says my internet is dying. Oh no! No! 11! 11! 11! 11! Dun 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 dun. Run dun dun. Yeah, exactly, Darth. The way that I see it with Shieldtron in that discussion is Shieldtron would ultimately probably only be really good if it was so incredibly strong that you don't need Goblin Punch. Oh. That's fine. I'll just hit no one with my Chaotic Cyclone. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to do. Oops. I'll bring these over to the next pack. It's more fun that way. Ow. Can you come with me when I'm dragging you? Hello? These are... I had the impression that they were supposed to be like, oh yeah, if they all get up at once, then you're toast. They're really strong. They don't feel that strong. To be fair on that, Darth, I have actually experienced people accusing me of not using an interrupt on that specific fight, while my interrupt was on cooldown, because I interrupted at the same moment as other people did. So, like, it gets really weird in Zalea when people are not using their interrupt on the first cast, but on the second cast, I'm like a lot more willing to go, oh, well, I guess everyone used it. Even though, as you say, there are a lot of people that never use it. So I'm not saying that everyone's automatically excused. The time between the casts is perfectly long enough, short enough that one person can't do it on a single mob. Like, they've perfectly spaced it out that way. They're both young, Louis. There's actually a pretty interesting thing with time in Final Fantasy XIV, like in terms of the story. Traverse says that Alphinaud Alice has been 16 or 17 for 10 years now. Part of the reason why it can be difficult to represent time actually passing and people actually aging is because if you, as a person, picture your character as, I don't know, 20, right? They're 20 years old. But the entire MSQ takes the span of like 10 years, for example. Then by the time you've finished it, your character should be 10 years older. Right? Or should it? Vsauce theme. So that means that some players might feel a little bit of a disconnect with their character. You could also say, well, on the other hand, wouldn't you feel a little bit of a disconnect that you've done all of this in the span of like a year? Traverse says time bubble plus Square Enix wants time to be vague in it. I've heard many claims that the closest to canon time is 1 or 2 years from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker. Yeah, and that's speculation. And that's also a fair doubt. I'm just saying that there is a genuine possibility that the reason why is because everyone interrupted the first attack. You get a free Fantasia from finishing AR to make yourself look older. Ah. Now the big brain strats are coming on. Ding! If I remember correctly, Archibald, the story with that is that the flow of time between the two is wonky. But there are periods when they match up. Yeah, exactly. If I remember correctly, wasn't it something like Thancred had been in the first for 5 years? But that also explains why when you arrive that everyone else is like they're basically showing you around. And you're there like, I thought we were visiting this new place together. No. We've already been here. We've already seen everything. You're just late. Yeah, look at this. And then the boss like just kinda rate wides a little bit, and rate wides a little bit, and like swings a little bit, and then it just starts over with its mechanic. And that was what I was saying. Like the 3 bosses in this dungeon has this theme of like they just like face roll their keyboard of actions, and then they just kind of sit there and wait for cooldowns. They basically do a 2-minute burst, or a 1-minute burst even. Now that I'm looking at how long it's taking Stork here. Thancred was doing a solo duty when you arrived. Yeah. Oh yeah. "10 years have passed on the source, and my retainers went feral. But I've only been on the first for 1 day." Oh, that would be pretty wild, yeah. You just come back and everything's changed. You just come back to a ruin. You're that what's that meme? The one where someone is coming back with pizza and everything's on fire? Yeah, it's the moon flute rotation. That's true. You just come back and everything's just ruined because you were away for a day. It would be even funnier if it looked like 10 years have passed and you just like come back and talk with Tataru and she's like, Oh no, no. Everyone just went insane when you were gone for a day. It has genuinely just been one day. 69%. Nice. And a third of the way there. 3 hours later. Woohoo! 68%. Oh, that would be a long day. So, Stork, when are you doing a... Oh yes, it's Crystal Nail time. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? It's a pretty good time to remind you all that when you're doing solo challenge stream, the boss is making a mistake whenever it's doing mechanics like this. And at 3%, the boss used Benediction. Wow. Well now. What's that boss's name again? This isn't FF11. We're not that mean. Exactly, absolute virtue. Boss using AoE rotation on single target, that's exactly right. This boss would actually be a lot harder if the only thing it did was just smack me like that every few seconds. Like, if that was the only thing the boss did, it would eventually win. It's the only thing you have to do, Stork. But every time it does a mechanic, it just gives me so much time to just reset all my cooldowns, get ready for the next set. Yep. 50%. Oops. Reset. Almost got me. Ah, yes. Donut AoEs. Those always work well. It would also work if it had like a damage buff over time, yeah, but... that's like the death of the solo challenge run. When the bosses have like basically a soft enrage by just gradually increasing in damage. Don't give Yoshi P ideas. What do you mean? Shiva Extreme has this. It's okay, this is Final Fantasy 14, not Souls. I think the best part of this is when the boss just stands there for a bit, like... Huh. Normally I don't get to use this mechanic 8 times. Anyway. It just starts over. Solo Endwalker dungeons. Oh, I will try. I just need to have like 3 players that wants to help me into the dungeons, and then I think we can do it. As in 3 other players to help me inside. Qitana asks if it has a mouth. The second boss in Vanaspati. It's a head. It's a head. Yeah, now that is actually a pretty good explanation, Cyrus. What actually happens is the boss goes, alright, and then I use this, and then I use this, and then I use this. And then they reach the end of, like, their burst, and then they're like, wait, why can't I use the next action? Oh, I have spell speed. Annoying. Oh, well, I guess I'll just wait until I can use it. Can't be bothered to freestyle it. I'll just wait until I can reset. Have you ever tried that? You reach the final step of whatever burst you had in mind, and then something slightly off, so you just wait a sec. In phase 1 of DSR, there is a mechanic that has been interrupted 3 times. You know, that is kind of Guild Wars 2, isn't it? Kind of feels Guild Wars 2. Because in Guild Wars 2, you can kind of quote-unquote interrupt a boss or like break them in a way by using crowd control. It deals damage instead of outright crowd controlling them. But I feel like they should do that more. Have bosses use actions that need to be interrupted and then like require multiple. Just in general, I think it would be nice if they had things that needed to be interrupted more. Oh, apparently the boss is at 22%. Huh. I just looked away from their HP, and then next time I checked, they're like at a third of the HP last I checked. Incredible. You just stop looking, and then the boss just dies faster. It's big brain time. Just overall, I feel like this was actually the easiest boss of the 3. Because now that I've like had a good look at how much damage the auto attacks are doing, they're not that much bigger than what Mr. Bucket did. Like they weren't like insanely big by comparison. Oh, I know, Ajibuster. The reason why I don't do that is because I want to get some melee uptime. Or do you mean somewhere where I can stand in melee? Because I do know that if you do it perfectly, you can probably, like, do all of your attacks. You might be able to drag the boss. No, the boss returns to the center for this mechanic. The boss returns to the center for it. But yeah, you can stand in the edges and just ignore the cross mechanic. But that only really helps if you're a melee. Oh, 6%. When did we start this fight? %. At around 40 minutes. Well, then this is probably faster than Eros. Stork uses Living Dead. Oh no. Hey girl, hope you're doing well. You tired of Insatiable yet? Nah. It's a good song. Dunk, dunk. And Felcleave. 63 minutes. And I'm pretty sure I spent like a minute just talking before I started, which I don't think I did in Qitana Ravel. The non-final boss version. Yeah, I think that one is also better. Here's an interesting little fun fact. When Shadowbringers initially released, there was only a new boss theme for the final boss. The earlier, like the first and the second boss, didn't have that. They just had like the generic boss theme. And they added like a fancy mid-boss theme. And that was so well received that they were like, we should do that again for Endwalker. Look! Look, everyone! It's Red Alizé and Blue Alphino. Wait. It's Blue Alizé and Red Alphino. There you go. I'm just going to leave before I mess myself up any more than that. Yes, Kai. Alphino is blue. Thank you. Incredible observation. He is indeed. He is blue. Cyrus says, how long goes the music before it loops? That is a good question. And it wouldn't be enough to just, like, look up Insatiable. Because I believe most of the clips of Insatiable loops it at least once. Also Cat Matoya, yeah. And Dad Crit was also there. Not to be confused with Thancred. See, Chelsea says, I believe in regards to the thing that needs to be interrupted 3 times, says, it's the holiest hallowing, which is essentially a clemency on Sir Grinno. Or as many might know, I'll cut you to pieces! See? That's exactly why voice lines on bosses matter so much. You say Sir Grinno, and I'm like, so the first or the second boss in the vault? And you say, I'll cut you to pieces, and I'm like, oh, so it's the one with a voice line. So it's the second one. Sickness must be purged. Young Louis Suarez. It says, what is Minfilia or Smallfilia doing? Do you mean like in the story right now? I'm pretty sure if you've done... At the end of the dungeon? She's in the dungeon. That's why she's there. No, it is kind of sad that it's pretty much only the tank. If you're not a tank, then it's like, oh well, if you want a tank, you have one. But everyone else has multiple choices for DPS and healers, apparently. Does she even have a fanbase name? I think they just call her Reen. Chelsea is progging DSR in Party Finder. That is rough. Good luck. Final Fantasy 14 knows that main tanks are rare. Science didn't watch your tank society video. Ah. Smash cut to Dawn Trail. Alphado now can play tank. Hogatamaji says, what kind of DPS is Graha? I believe he plays like a black mage. The reason why he can play anything is because he can use black mage attacks and white mage heals and paladin tank moves. It's actually pretty incredible. There is this MSQ solo duty in where you are escorting someone from here to here, where Graha is with you. And he's absolutely busted because he just uses cover on, I can't remember if it's you or the person you're protecting, but he's a healer and a tank, and he attacks by casting Fire 4. He attacks with Fire 4, uses cover and a defensive cooldown, and then just heals himself up with Cure 2. And you're sitting there like, can I play the job he's playing? Can I do that? He's also pretty strong in the first dungeon, yeah. That says, according to my ears, Insatiable is about 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So we heard it at least 3, almost 4 times on that boss. That job he's playing is obviously blue. Yeah, what he did was he fought a white mage and a black mage and a paladin. Yes. That's how it works. It reminds me of... Oh, this is a long while ago. I believe it was a conversation we had while we were doing quests in the Stormblood post-game story. Like, in level 70 on Small Kai. and someone told me about how they wished that Paladin was more like how Paladin is in Final Fantasy XI. And they detailed that Paladin in Final Fantasy XI basically tanks by spam healing themselves, which is absolutely perfectly balanced in Final Fantasy XIV. Of course it is. Why bring a healer? Just bring a tank who is also a healer. He just uses 3 job stones at the same time. He just like crushed them up and then just melded them together. Kraken Mo says, I did that duty last week. He casts cover on your escort target while casting Fire 4. Balanced. And then when you get him in a later solo duty where you get to play him, he has Medica 2 and Fire 4, and he also has Blizzard 4, if I remember correctly. And the way that Blizzard 4 works for him is you cast it and he just gets 50% of his MP back, just like that. And then he also just has a 30 yard radius interrupt, AoE interrupt, because why not, right? Why not? Can I have that? Bring 2 of those with Alea. Problem solved. And all that without his external battery. Yeah, exactly. They had to lock him away in the Crystal Tower at the start, because otherwise all the story up until Shadowbringers would be moot. Well, to be fair, he was an archer in A Realm Reborn. And based on how he talks, in A Realm Reborn, he does not know magic. Like, he does not know how to cast spells in that regard. But he does say something like, is it this hard to cast spells when you don't have an external battery like that? Like, he doesn't say that, but he's surprised by how exhausting it is to cast spells normally. Like, basically in Shadowbringers, he's like Naruto style with Kurama, just giving him infinite MP. And just going, what do you mean you have to, like, recover MP after casting Fire 4 50 times? What? Not 50? 6 times? Only 6? You should practice more. It's not that hard. You just do this. Boom. This biggest Fire 4 you ever seen in your life appears. Ham says, according to him, he's not a talented mage. Yeah, exactly. He basically had so much MP at his disposal that it didn't matter about being efficient. Which would make sense. Like, we've talked about this before, that what I believe the story is with Summoner magic is, and Scholar magic, is that they don't use like massive amounts of ether, because the way they work is that they just use their ether extremely efficiently. Like, white mages draw from nature, black mages draw from anything, and then use some of their own ether to like specify the spell, like to like course correct, I guess. Red mage uses their own ether, but they shove it through a focus that amplifies it, which has the side effect of corrupting themselves a bit. But they found a way to like get rid of this corruption by balancing it out equally with white and black corruption, and then they can shove it into the enemies to get rid of it. Summoners and scholars just have these runes and stuff in their books that helps them to optimize their spells so that they make the most of it. Cyrus says, does MP have to do with ether in the story? I don't think so. I don't think that it's directly correlated with that, but if it was, then that would explain why black mages have such an infinite ocean of MP, right? Like, if they just pluck power and ether from... Oh, there's something right here. There you go. Then how would you run out, right? But then the argument is, well, you spent some of your own to attack, which means that eventually you would be exhausted. Thancred can't do Gunbreaker. That's correct. He needs... So, most of the Final Fantasy XIV jobs use ether in some way. Gunbreaker uses ether-charged cartridges. That is what makes the Bojang, or you could even say Aosian Gunbreaker, but in this case Bojang Gunbreaker, stand out from the Gallian Gunbreaker, because the Gallian Gunbreaker uses, I would guess, ceruleum-powered bullets. So yeah, the way that Thancred was able to be Gunbreaker is that while he was in the first, he had any of the magic users in his troop do it for him. Guardian Gunbreakers literally played with a gun. Yeah, pretty much. If you practice with an ocean of MP for 100 years, does it matter if you had talent? Your ether muscle memory gets set on nuke. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It is... If you have an infinite amount of resources, then it can be really difficult to even determine if you're being efficient or not. Sonakana says, Summoner, I only need 10 MP to summon Bahamut. You know what? It gets even crazier than that, Sonakana. I'll summon my carbuncle, and then... I don't need anything to summon Bahamut. I can just sacrifice it for a bit. I don't need anything. I'll pay 400 MP and then I will have infinite Bahamuts. Death Flare, those are free as well. It is really weird. Is this Yu-Gi-Oh? I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon in attack position. I tribute summon Carbuncle to summon Bahamut in attack mode. When Bahamut enters the field, he kills all the other monsters on the field by using Mega Flare. It's something like that, yeah, Ajibuster. The way that it kind of worked was that he was like directly connected to the Crystal Tower. And that allowed him to access an enormous amount of power. But the Crystal Tower also gradually used his life force and his body to pay for that power. Which is why he is partly made of stone. Because it's basically like making him part of the tower gradually. You've activated my trap card! Infinite Bahamut spam! That is Summoner in PvP. Or it was, at least. Did anyone do Frontline around when the PvP rework originally happened? You're just... In Seal Rock, minding your own business, walking your way over to the next point, and then suddenly you're just stunned and then you're dead. Like, just immediately dead. And then you see like 3 white mage laser beams just go across your screen at once. And then also like 2 Bahamuts just land on your corpse. Just wow. And yes, if you're curious, everyone else who was walking with you are also dead. So if you're wondering why in frontline all jobs have like a built-in damage reduction, that would be why. That would be the reason. And soon drawn Moogles will fall from the sky because of PvP pictomancers. You know, I hope it's that, because I've seen a lot worse from people's fan art. Remember when the Titan Eggy could tank? Back in my day, the Titan Eggy could tank. Right, Kai, let's get you to bed. It's true and real. We don't say that anymore. That's based. No. Just think about that with all those meme phrases we say. But there's a genuine chance that one day there will be 70-year-olds saying that. Could you just imagine that for a moment? And like, not in the way that sometimes they say it now to be funny, as in there is a chance that that vocabulary is going to stick around for some of us. When I was young, you could gather high-quality ingredients. Yeah. What would you use those for? What do you think? Are you stupid? Ninja had perfect dodge to evade the next attack. You know, if you think that's insane... Black Mage, the action that... So, there was a time, apparently, that I saw in the history books where Black Mage had an action, I believe it's called Mana Wall. Oh! Thank you so much, Coco. Thanks. Welcome back to 10 months of membership as a cultist. Thank you. I can't believe it. Ta-da! I finally got one. Well, this looks right. This looks right. When Ymir did the super chat earlier, it looked really weird. I wonder what the difference is. I guess it's like because the name color is white here. Strange. And Matthew has been a cultist for 3 months. Thank you so much, both of you. I really do appreciate the support. And also, glad to see you, Coco. But yeah, so the thing that was crazy about Mana Wall is that it blocked the next 2 attacks completely. As in completely nullified them. The only reason why it wasn't particularly helpful was good luck making the Black Mage tank the attack that you needed it to. And I believe the cooldown was exceptionally long. Like, extremely long. So you didn't like it was like, if you imagine that on a tank, like, yeah, Paladin could use Sheltron and block 1 attack. Black Mage could use Mana Wall and just not take 2 attacks. It's pretty wild. Minmay has been with us for 7 months. Thank you. As I'm 7 months old, refusing to grow up further. And Coco also said, new overlay, I can't believe it. I'm pretty glad with it. I'm just wondering what I need to do about the weird thing with the super chat. As you said, I also have one of these. So it says, when I was young, you used TP to sprint, and TP to use weapon skills, or MP for melee. What? Castle says, when I was young, Astrologian was the only healer that had a short cast time on their DPS button. There it says, when I was young, healers casted Protect and Stone Skin on us before every pull. I was there for the Protect part. You know what the most annoying part about Protect was? It wasn't casting it. It was that people forgot to wait for it to be cast on them. That was annoying. Like, you just have that warrior sprint forward, you're like, you're the only person that it actually really mattered that you got Protect on. And you're the only one not getting hit by it because you're leaving. Did Astrologian have long casts on Malefic in Heavensward? When I was young, Lucid Dreaming cut aggro by half. When I was young, Reprisal was single target. You know what, Agibuster? There is some people here that might be able to say, when I was young, Reprisal was a Dark Knight action, and it was only available after you parried. When I was young, Goring Blade still had its bleed. Alright, Bob. You've been here for like 2 years. Cyrus says, what was the skill Paladin had? You had to be healed that the shield came out. That is Divine Veil, and they still have it. It just doesn't have that stipulation anymore. Final Fantasy 14 boomers. When I was young, tanks could choose between living and slaying. When I was young, Ninja wasn't out yet. Haha! And yeah, there are some people that don't know this, but Ninja wasn't actually in 2.0. Like, it wasn't actually in the game for the initial release. Some of you may remember that there is this cutscene late in the A Realm Reborn post-game where Thancred and Yugiri really, like, laying on thick with some anime moves. And the story there is that that's basically when they were about to or just added Ninja. So they were like, hey, look at this. Don't you want to be like them? A bit like how Alizé suddenly is a red mage when Stormblood comes around. And they introduce Gosetsu, who's a samurai. And Gunbreaker comes out in Shadowbringers, and guess what? Thancred got a new job. And Endwalker comes out, and hey, look, Alphinaud's changed job. And we already know that Kryl is, as far as I've seen from some images, it looks like Kryl is already a Pictomancer in the patch coming on Tuesday. I'm pretty sure. Like, she's already switched. Like, we're over here like, where did you find the job, Crystal? Where did you get the one, Kryl? Can I have one too? Did you get one for me? You got one for me, right? Kryl's cheating. Oh yeah. You know what, Agibuster? That one is actually pretty interesting. Some of those eggy actions. Because Summoner went through quite a trip when we got into Shadowbringers. Before Shadowbringers, Eggy actions, except for Enkindle, were just something your Eggy could do. So you could just, click it on the hotbar. You could even just have your pet use them automatically. They didn't cost you anything. Except Enkindle was an OGCD, I believe. In Shadowbringers, you had Enkindle, I believe, as an ability. And then you had Eggy Assault 1 and 2, which turned into the 2 actions that your Eggy had. But they were actually OGCDs initially, which led to a point where Summoner had so many OGCDs to weave and nowhere to weave them, because Ruin 3 had a 2.5 second cast time. So, and every time you used an Eggy action, one of those 2, it gave you further Ruin, which turned your Ruin 2 into Ruin 4. And you could stockpile 4 of those. Just a little problem was, what were you going to weave those Eggy Assaults in? In Ruin 2? Or in Dreadworm Trance, I guess. That's also an option. But I believe that's the reason why they buffed the Eggy actions and made them GCDs, to give you something. Like, they actually just took some of the OGCDs you didn't have time to do and just made them GCDs, making Summoner one of the most, basically the most mobile caster as a result. Because you could just stockpile 8 instant casts in a row if you needed it. When I was young, all the casters had to level up Black Mage to get Swiftcast. I read somewhere that in 2.0, Swiftcast had a 5-minute cooldown. But then it got it got buffed a few times. When the next tank comes out, Thancred will change job again. Maybe one of the other Scions will become a tank. Eh? And that's true, Traverse. Ninja was the last job that has a class attached to them. Everyone else is just job immediately. Here's the job, Crystal. Enjoy. Tataru will become Rune Fencer. What's the thing with Rune Fencer? I feel like I've read about it. Isn't that like some sort of like a different take on Red Mage in a way that is just really focused on buffing or something like that? Is that right? The picture job Crystal is just a clump of paint. Rune Fence is a mage tank in Final Fantasy XI. Doesn't it use a rapier though? You buffed your elemental resist and it used a greatsword. Alright. Fencer. Rune Fencer. Yes. Just do that. Show up to a fencing competition. Yes, this is my rapier. Just place the greatsword on the opponent's weapon, and there you go. But it is actually quite hard as someone outside looking in on Final Fantasy XI to understand exactly how things work, because there's a lot of details to the jobs in Final Fantasy XI. that might not make very much sense without like actually being in it. Meanwhile, with Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like you can read the actions and go, like, you can like go on the official page and you already have like a small idea of what's happening, whereas in Final Fantasy XI it's like there's a lot. It feels like there's a lot. I have tried looking into it, but I haven't played it. I've heard that one of the hardest bosses in gaming is being able to log into Final Fantasy XI. So I've been told. Just place the greatsword on the opponent. Also, quite weird that Paralyze is related to ice. Wouldn't it make more sense if it was related to thunder? But it's the interesting thing is that I say that Final Fantasy XI supposedly is one of the hardest games to actually get into because it's that hard to actually pay for it. Apparently, Final Fantasy XIV is like the slightly easier version of that same boss battle. I've been told, but I just want to say that I had no problems buying the game. And I also had no problem downloading the game since, although it is really obscure, that I think the easiest way to actually get to the download page for Final Fantasy XIV is to go on Google and write download Final Fantasy XIV, than to actually navigate to the download page on the website, which is weird. But it can easily go. Since as I use it on Steam. See, that is also a solution. The reason why a lot of people, I believe there's a lot of people that don't recommend Steam. There's nothing wrong with using it on Steam, but the reason why people don't recommend doing it on Steam is if there's any problem with Steam, then you can't play Final Fantasy XIV. If there's any problem with Final Fantasy XIV, then you can't play Final Fantasy XIV. So you're adding an additional layer to that problem. And then secondarily, I believe there's something like you can only buy store items from Steam, which means that you can possibly miss out on a lot of sales. Like, that is also a factor that some people care about. But it's like, honestly a detail, because usually there are not problems with Final Fantasy XIV, and there's usually not problems with Steam. So it's like you're defending yourself against problems that are not there. And then you get directed to a shady page that downloads totally not malware Final Fantasy XIV installer.mp4.exe. See, the worst part there, Archibald, is you're looking for an installer, so it should be a .exe. But unfortunately, you will get to the official page by googling it. It's just weird. That says, not knowing that you need both a Squeenix account and a Final Fantasy XIV account, and that they're separate, but not separate, is not explained well. Yeah, that is quite weird. And I kind of forget that. You can only buy DLCs on Steam. Okay. Then I understand, because then it means that what you're losing out on is the potential sales of the DLCs. Which I, of course, because back in my day, we called them expansion packs. So I usually call them expansions. I see, Cyrus. Oh yeah, Thunder Stun. That also makes sense, I guess. And Steam also has sales, that's true. I think the argument was mainly that and supposedly there's more often sales elsewhere because if you're on Steam, you need it to be a sale on Steam. If you're not on Steam, it can be a sale from Square Enix or a sale from anywhere else but Steam. But then again, it's not like you're adding a lot because most of the time the sales are either official sale or on Steam, and sometimes it's on Steam, so it's like a minor issue. That's why I was like, the main thing that I was thinking about is if Steam is having issues, then you can't play Final Fantasy XIV if you're on Steam. And if Final Fantasy XIV has issues, you can also not play, so like you're adding an additional connection. And the thing is, usually this happens for like a really, really short amount of time. Like we're talking hours. But there have been times where people could not log in through Steam into Final Fantasy XIV. As in, the problem was not Final Fantasy XIV, the problem was not Steam, the problem was the connection from Steam to Final Fantasy XIV. Which meant that specifically only people that had bought from Steam had trouble. But again, it's a rather minor issue. And there is also the benefits that by having it on Steam, when you need to install Final Fantasy XIV, you just click install. Instead, while the rest of us some of us who have bought it not on Steam, have to go and download the launcher, find it, and make sure you don't download totally not malware Final Fantasy XIV installer.mp4.exe instead. And then it works. Enjoy your evening, Chelsea. Or your day. I'm guessing that actually, now that I think about it, you're probably in the afternoon or something, right? There says, wonder how the echoes of Vanadiel raid will be. Hope get some good flashbacks. I hope so too. Like, if they're making an entire series of fights based on a different Final Fantasy game, you'd hope that the people that actually played it would recognize the things that they see. I do think it's quite funny when they... What was it? Was it Solution 9? That they said, this is a completely Final Fantasy XIV original, and I'm sitting there like... I mean, that's the default assumption, right? That, like, if you don't say anything, that's what we're going to expect, right? It's almost like too much information, because it makes you think, is it actually like that? Like, actually, are you sure? What's a good way? What's a good example of this? Like, it basically, if you're adding unnecessary information to a conversation, it makes it sound like you're intentionally calling attention to it for some reason. Since it's still a hassle here on Steam, because when I bought it, I had to take the CD key Steam gave me, go to the MOG account, verify the CD and all that stuff. Oh, well, hey, well, there you go. Yeah, that's a great example, Gazel. Here, have a vegan tomato. Asbestos-free cereal. Yeah, exactly. It's just... I I would hope so. Congratulations on learning self-destruct, Ham. A non-vegan tomato could use... Oh yeah, that is true. Silverman says, it's funnier because Solution 9 is one of Zidane's trans attacks from Final Fantasy 9. So you're saying that the raid is going to be Viber themed? Is that what you're saying? That's what's going to happen, right? That's what we're getting. All the trials will be buckets of paint, and the new raid will be Viber themed, and then we'll have it's the Alliance raid that is the Final Fantasy 11 thing, right? And we'll just have references across like everything. It's because every raid before has been a reference to something before the Endwalker ones. Was the Alexander raid a reference to a different game? Thank you, Sin. Enjoy your day. The new raid is a vibe check. No, Viper check. Like, I know Alexander is a primal that has been seen in other games, such as Final Fantasy IX, I'm pretty sure. But it's mostly original, isn't it? And yeah, that is true. If we're taking it like that, then yeah, Bahamut isn't original. So all the coils of Bahamut are just not completely original. Alexander is from a different game. Ariel says Cruise Chase is an old one. It's from one of the first Square games. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, basically, if the suggestion is, well, Alexander uses something from a previous game we've made ever, then it's also like, well, Omega, like it has multiple bosses that are references to different Final Fantasy games, but Omega itself is a reference. So there you go. And Eden, again, it doesn't matter about all of the bosses because Eden itself, if I remember correctly, is a reference to a different Final Fantasy game. And then we have is Pandemonium from a different Final Fantasy game? I feel like I remember that people were hyped for that. Isn't that from a different Final Fantasy game? Final Fantasy XIV is a reference to a different Final Fantasy game. Yeah. I feel like goblins played a part in Final Fantasy XI in the story is maybe a little bit too much of a nitpick. Well, this isn't a new story. There's humans in all the Final Fantasy games. Are you crazy? Hey, Game End. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, if you have like a lot of overlapping story, then it makes sense. But I am curious about what they mean exactly when they say this is a completely new story. Pandemonium is the final dungeon in Final Fantasy II. There you go. Goblins are a beast tribe that is actually nice, not like orcs. Well, who even knows about that? Because technically, the goblins we deal with in the Alexander raid are not nice. Except some of them. Except for some of them. It's like they're diverse people with culture and not a monolith. What? What do you mean? What will I do now? I thought all the cat girls hung out in Limsa. Yeah. Iridon says, speaking of goblins, I was watching Lord of the Rings 1 and 2 with my daughter the other day. Her surprised Pikachu face when Mr. Gandalf reappears after the Balrog battle was priceless. What? But... Surprise! And that is pretty good. And that also means that she was paying attention. Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated. You know, Gleaming, I feel like the Warrior of Light player character tends to weirdly get roped into absurd stories like that a lot of the time. Like, as you say, we have to stop them from stealing Braveflox's cheese supply. And suddenly you're saving the world. The funniest part about that is, if I remember correctly, there's at least one point, if not 2 points in the Alexander story where they're like, oh yeah, if this goes on for like another week, we're all dead. And then I'm like, on Small Kai, like, if it was that important, Y'shtola, then maybe you should have, I don't know, sent a letter? Because I've been doing other stuff for a year. You know? Like, I've been doing other things. You should have said something if it was that important. And that is not the only time it happens in the MSQ, or rather in the side quests. It's like, I believe in the Coils of Bahamut, they're presenting it like, well, it would be something that would be interesting to explore, but whenever you feel like it. Heavensward is literally like, something happens and now the world is in danger, and you should have been helping last week, honestly. Stormblood is like, oh, now the world is in danger because stuff happened and you should have been helping last week. Shadowbringers, well, that one isn't actually a problem. That could happen whenever. And the Endwalker one is also designed in a way where it doesn't matter when you come to it. Exactly! Link shell! Use the link shell, maybe? Right, Mimei? What actually happens is she's like, can you return to the waking sands? Ah! You know, I really like the way they describe that, Ardell. I once had a young girl come to my library and ask if we had Lord of the Rings, the Two Tower book, with stars in her eyes, and her mother told me she had devoured the first tome. And I know what you mean by that, but the picture's hilarious. Can we like borrow the second book? She ate the first one. She read the whole thing and then she ate it. I don't know why, but she's hungry. Yeah, exactly, Iridon. The thing with an RPG, just in general, is that if they want there to be stakes in the story, and what I'm talking about is not meat, but like, you know, things that matter, they sometimes need to make it sound like you doing it now bears significance. But at the same time, they were also simultaneously have to let the player choose when they want to do things. Like, that also plays a factor, right? That they should also be able to choose when they do things, which then lead to funny things like, there's the final boss, and then the player just 180 and just goes, well, I need to find all the Korok seeds. Or whatever. And no, Aradel, you can say it like that, that she devoured the first tome. That is absolutely a way to say it. I believe people would usually just call it a book and not a tome, but there's nothing wrong with saying it like that. It's just the picture, because that's the entire point of saying it like that, saying she devoured the tome, because she ate the entire content of the tome. But just for the funny of it for a moment, we all think that girl ate the book. Game Man says, I feel like I had to imagine some of the side content as a flashback because I usually do them really late. And yes, that is true. Technically, all of the side quest stories happen in the time frame where they were added, which means, for example, that if you do all of the Shadowbringers MSQ and then start on the Eden story, then somehow Thancred is back in the first, which makes no sense. But if you remember that the first part of the Eden raid happened before that, then it's fine. And the reason why these things are side content, and why there is some side content that has since become mandatory, is because side content isn't necessary to tell the main story. For example, the entirety of the Crystal Tower story is completely irrelevant to explain everything that happens in A Realm Reborn, and everything that happens in Heavensward, and everything that happens in Stormblood. However, it is kind of needed that the Crystal Tower story happened for the Shadowbringer story to make sense. And part of the reason why they make Crystal Tower mandatory in A Realm Reborn rather than Shadowbringers is, of course, because if they send you back to do it just before that, there's like double break in the story, because first of all, you're doing level 50 content to unlock level 70 content. That's weird. Second of all, it's a little strange that basically no time passes from the moment you do it to the next thing happening. So by forcing you to do it a little earlier, it can make more sense. Like the Crystal Tower story can be allowed to be a thing that you're like, oh yeah, that happened, rather than being, yes, I just did that. Like, it changes it from if you do the Crystal Tower raid just before Shadowbringers, hypothetically, then it would be like someone in the future just sending you like a mind mail and going, can you place my sword on this table? I'm going to need it in 30 years. You place it, the sword appears in their time because you put it there, and they just send you a message going like, thanks. And then the world is saved. Like, it might feel a little bit like that. Like, you just went and put the things in motion exactly so that the future could happen. Whereas if you do the Crystal Tower in A Realm Reborn, then it feels more like that was a thing you did. And then, incidentally, it became relevant later. If they ate it, please do not return it after. Also, hey Angel, you are in the end game of the stream, you could say. Hope she used ketchup. But yeah, exactly, is that I think that's the explanation. Because you also have to remember, the players that got to Shadowbringers when Shadowbringers came out. I can't remember, when did they make the Crystal Tower mandatory? Was Crystal Tower mandatory on day 1 of Shadowbringers? I would guess that you wouldn't actually be able to reach the area that you need to progress Shadowbringers without doing it, since the quest sends you like here, right? So I can't remember if they actually made it mandatory to do it day 1, but I do remember that at some point they made it mandatory in A Realm Reborn, like as Ajibuster says, like 5.3 or something. But I would have guessed that it would have been required immediately, just to access the area where you need to be. But I can't even remember. Joel says Endwalker also references Crystal Tower. Of course it does. But the reason why Endwalker references Crystal Tower is because Crystal Tower was made mandatory in Shadowbringers, so now it's part of the main story. Like, the Crystal Tower is no longer side content, it has become main content. And that's basically it with everything, is that if there's side content, you can bet if it's not mandatory for the main quest, then anything that happens in that side content doesn't need to happen. To tell the story of Final Fantasy XIV, the main story, you don't need to save the world from Alexander. You don't need to save the world from Omega. There's just a weirdly unexplained reason why Midgardsorm is never around anymore. And you don't need to do the Eden raid. Like, not at all. And part of the way they do that is, even though you'd go and do the Eden raid and all the stuff it does for the first, it's just like, oh yeah, but actually the recovery of the first will take like way long. Like, it'll take a huge amount of time, so you're probably not going to be alive to see it. So it doesn't matter for the rest of the first. And that's also true, Cole. There's also that weird part where Alpha appears in an Endwalker cutscene, and like, there's actually a lot of people where it's like, you have to remember that one of the quests in that time frame, Cole, is like They're basically saying that the coils of Bahamut have already been explored. Like, that's already been done. Like, they don't say it directly, but that's where they find some of those materials that they need. And it's sort of implied wordlessly that the reason why that is because you were there years ago and did it with LSA. Even if you didn't. You totally did. And because it's fine and the story works without that, like, technically someone else could have been the one that explored the coils of Bahamut. And yeah, exactly, Cyrus. LSA, the first time she actually appears in the MSQ, she reacts differently to you depending on where you did the coils or not, because if you did, then you know her. If you didn't, then you don't know her. It makes perfect sense. And there's a lot of other cutscenes that are like that. Job trainers reacting differently if they recognize you and things like that. But ultimately, all of these things don't matter for the story. The story is the same, with or without. But yeah, Gabe, and funny story, as Angel says, it wasn't always mandatory. Patch 5.3, this raid series is required for the main scenario quest to progress past patch 2.55, and that is correct. We actually demonstrated this on Small Kai's main quest, the Rewind Replay series, because I explicitly refused to do the Crystal Tower until the MSQ told me to. But I feel like it was mandatory for getting into Shadowbringers before that. I feel like it was, but I can't remember. And I don't think it's very well documented at this point, because it didn't really matter. Like, it made logical sense at the time, and most people had done it. So, if it was required, then it would be like 99% of people would have already have done it, possibly. That's exaggerated, but you know how it works. Statistics are made up, and all that. I'm pretty sure that the thing you need to interact with is actually, like, really close, but I can't remember exactly. Like, it's... I am pretty sure that you can see this one of the staircases there when you're doing it. But it could be just, like, an area you can enter anyway when you're on the quest, right? It wouldn't need to be required. They could just let you enter anyway, so it makes sense that they could just make it not mandatory. But the Shadowbringers story will be really weird if you didn't do Crystal Tower. You could go to Madonna and check. I could go and check. The thing is, I wouldn't be able to demonstrate to you where it was. Not that well. No, but the page is taking a long time to load. There it is. It's a little difficult. The quest was on the camp. Yeah, my point is that the thing, you needed to interact with the thing for a Graha to grab you, and I'm pretty sure that was in the area. Yeah, this doesn't look right. I pictured it differently, so this ain't it. This certainly ain't it. Hmm. This guy. Yeah, this looks right. And then I remembered wrong. You're right. You're right, I'm wrong. If I remember correctly, it's like an item here or something, but that was actually what I was picturing, so that is why it was weird to me. That does explain how you would be able to do it without doing the Crystal Tower at all, even though it would be completely story-breaking in a way. And yeah, exactly, Archibald, I know. I know. I just was confident that they didn't let it be like that originally. Oh yeah, that is true. Was that how the Crystal Tower story ended? It's been so long. That it sunk? But yeah, that is exactly it. That a lot of people, some people even, at the very least, complain that it's really annoying that the Crystal Tower is mandatory. But if it wasn't, then the story would make no sense. And I imagine that the people that complain about it being mandatory primarily complain because they don't care about the story. So they're like, and? I want to reach endgame sooner. Yeah, exactly, Archibald. So that also explains the whole we kind of need some time to pass for it to make sense. Logical reasoning. By saying you have to do it in A Realm Reborn. Because otherwise it would have been absolutely incredible, right? Like I can't remember. Oh yeah, I remember. There's this quest in is it Tiramisu? Yeah, in Tiramisu, where they've been looking for this particular item for ages and they just can't find it. And then they teach you how to breathe underwater, and you find it 5 minutes later. And I know a lot of, at least a bunch of people found that little story bit, that was a little too convenient, right? Like, it's examples like that, where it's like, if you just did the Crystal Tower and oh, lo and behold, someone found a thing, it's a little convenient. Whereas they can remove this kind of janky immersion breaking detail by making sure that time had a chance to pass in the meantime. Most people probably wouldn't even notice. Which is why it's a little bit jarring that you have to do it in the A Realm Reborn post-game. Like, if there was any post-game in Final Fantasy XIV that didn't need more stuff added to it, it's probably the A Realm Reborn one. Also, hey Kwasari, hope you're doing well. Angel says it's like making Shadowbringers relics requiring you to do Evillies. You'd feel lost. Yeah. That is why quests end up like requiring whatever story came before, but it's very easy to go, well, I want the thing now, if you don't care about the story. I could imagine that if given the offer, that a lot of players would say, yes, skip the Mandeville story. Like, just the whole thing. And then they would just complain even more that the whole relic grind is stupid. Because the grind part was doing the Mandeville story. But that is actually an interesting point about the Shadowbringers relic weapons. Part of the reason why old Alliance raids stop being run at all, and by to some capacity don't even get unlocked, is because people don't have a reason to. I talked about this in a video a while back about the Alliance raid roulette. Only the Crystal Tower is mandatory. The rest of it is like, well, I mean, if you want to do Tataro's Endeavor, then you need to do the Heavensward one. If you want Shadowbringers relics, you need to do the Evilise one from Stormblood. If you want 2B leggings, then you need to do the first bit of the Near Raid one, I guess. So you can see how this can cause a problem when Dawn Trail comes out. The Endwalker Alliance raid will also become unneeded. Exactly, Cyrus. Outdated concept is boring. Why would we bother doing it? Like, if you don't like the story, then you have no reason to unlock it necessarily. Especially not if you don't like the fights. And there's a significant amount of players in Final Fantasy XIV that, like, I'm not saying that I know anyone in particular that I'm calling out on this, but let's just say that when we discovered that the mount from P12S was the axolotl, there were players that were mad that they had to work for a cool mount. Which leads me to believe that there is a significant amount of players that, if given the choice, would rather the game just gives them stuff rather than forcing them to work for it. Which is weird when you think about it. It's comparable to how some of us did it when we were little, I guess, especially some of us still do it. You find cheat codes for like a PS1 game or a PS2 game or something, and you like, or maybe like a PC game, and you use the cheats to get all the money so you can buy all the things. You can just cheat in the best equipment so you're already decked out with everything. And what happens is you do that, you mess around with it a little bit, and then you go, I'm bored. Because most of these items and equipment were supposed to be the reward for the journey, right? And to some degree, some of it was supposed to help you get the rest of it. But the final thing tends to be the one that gets used the least, because you don't have anything to direct that power at. You're just like, well, I have the best gear in the game, so what do I do now? You do the Cartman thing of going, what do you mean? Now we can finally play the game. What game? There's nothing left. Yeah, that's also the thing, is that some people would prefer to just have the thing, because then they can have it and others don't have it. But what I'm trying to say here is that when people say, why does this have to be mandatory? It's more like, I don't want to work for it. Which was what happened with the axolotl mount. Like, that was what happened, was that people got annoyed that some players were mad that, well, I'm not a Savage Raider, so I will never get this mount. Hypothetically, I'll never get this mount. Even though, presumably, by 8.0, you can probably 4-man P12S or something. I don't know, there might be a mechanic that forces you to be 8, but you probably don't need to be 8 perfect players anymore. Or you can just rush through the mechanics or whatever, like as we do with Omega now. So it's not like, oh, it's savage, I'll never get it. It's more like, it's savage, so I won't get it before people stop caring about it. So people are mad that they can't have the new cool thing, rather than people are mad that they can't have the item ever. And also regarding the Mandeville story thing, I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. But I can see how it would split the community in a way. It's not for everyone. I can see that. And it is something where some people just can't watch it because it's too dumb or whatever. But I think it's funny. And the good thing is that you can just skip through the cutscenes if you don't like it. Because Adi says, meanwhile, there's me who raids for experiencing the fight. Yeah, that's also what I say. That's what I usually say is if someone says I want to raid, I want to be a savage raider. The first thing I ask them is it for the gear or the loot, or is it to have a challenge? Because if the reason you're savage raiding is for the loot or like the mount drop, then you're going to hate that experience. You're going to hate your progress through savage raiding. And see, the thing is, let's say you join a static, your static is probably also going to hate doing it eventually, because if you're doing something you hate, eventually it's probably going to shine through, and it's not fun to play with someone who isn't having fun with it, right? So it's just going to suck for everyone. So if you're only in it for that axolotl mount, or to get the best equipment to do what with, to gloat, then do something else. Like, just play something else. Just farm some old mounts or something. Like, if you want the armor and the weapon and the mount, and that's what motivates you, that's one thing. But if you're not actively enjoying the fights, then you're not going to like this. Like, for me personally, I've been asked before, why are you not savage raiding? And I don't enjoy savage raiding with randoms, like with just strangers. And you could say, you could join a static. I could, but that would be 7 strangers I'd then have to learn to know. What usually motivates me to savage raid is playing with friends, and I just so happen to not have like a friend group nearby that is like savage raiding and is like, oh, we could use specifically what you're playing or whatever, and asking. I was savage raiding in some parts of Shadowbringers because a friend of mine was like, I want to savage raid, would you like to join me? And I said yes. I even ended up raid leading because eventually no one else could. Because the actual raid leader we ended up having, which was not my friend, was not cool. Agibalter says, I wonder how many of us would want to savage raid with you. See, the thing is, what I pictured there was Agibalter being more like, yeah, I sure wonder how many of us would like to savage raid with you. But I'm assuming you meant it in a positive light. But the alternative is funnier. Man, look at this streamer, he's so bad, he dies all these stupid things because he's reading the chat. I don't want to savage raid with him. Hey Malice, hope you're doing well. And that's true, Argybuster. That is exactly it. And see, the thing is, part of the reason why I don't go, we should then savage raid with it, is because I did actually Savage Raid on stream at the start of the second tier of Pandemonium. I went, I think it was 2 times, maybe 3 times, I think it was 2 times. And I came to the conclusion that while I'm Savage Raiding, I can't be very active in the chat. Like, I'm not going to be reading chat very much. Which means that it's going to be more like you're just watching me play rather than interacting with me, and I find it more enjoyable when we're like hanging out. So I tend to gravitate towards doing content where I have the extra mental space to do that, which you might say, so why are you doing solo challenges? But it goes so slow that I often have time to do that. And it leads to funny conversations and things that are hilarious that can happen. And also somewhat unique things that can happen, which we wouldn't see in a Savage Raid, because ultimately in the current Savage Raid, there's only so many ways you can do the fight. So it's going to be more about seeing me progress the same way that all of the other people progressed that Savage Raid. Meanwhile, doing something like the solo challenge means that we lead to something a little bit more unique or random or weird, which I think is funnier. But that's also why I thought it might be interesting to like do mount farming again. Because that is something we can do in a really, really, really silly way. Where all of you can be included. And yeah, Malice, we beat Don Meg with Blue Mage in like, I think like 15 minutes, maybe 20, maybe a bit more. Then we beat Qitana Ravel in 65 minutes. And then we beat Malika's Will in, I think it was 62 minutes? Maybe 63, I think it was 63, but then I used like a minute or something on talking. At least once, possibly more than once. 1 minute boss rotation equals time for chat. I did all the work. I mean, we're here together. It's our project. I'm willing to share it. It also feels better to say we rather than I. Yes, I did Qitana Ravel in 65 minutes. You watched. No, we did it. You were there with me. I'm pretty sure I remember when we were fighting the second boss in Don Meg that there was a lot of cheering small guys coming up as we were getting close to the finish. Like, you were there, you were there, like Naruto style, like giving me the power of friendship, which made me do more damage. And that is how it works, trust me. That's actually how streamer luck works. Is that the chat is just like channeling, everyone is channeling their bit of luck, and then suddenly the streamer gets a thing. We appear in the flashbacks for your power up. Yeah, exactly. No, Angel. Power of friendship is an anime thing, just in general. So that's why I usually say we did something. Because we were there together. But yeah. Yeah, exactly, Han. That's how you beat the final fight in Endwalker. You should have charged up Spirit Bomb on the boss. I can tell you that we used inner release a lot of times. A lot of times. But yeah, as Kvasari says, the current tier is quite nasty. I'm looking at you, P10S. For me, personally, it's just That's why, like, I'm just like, we do random dailies so that we can have fun with that, get a little silly with it sometimes. We do story stuff, we do challenges like this, because if I was just savage rating, see, that's the funny thing, is that there are some people that are like, why is Kai making all these videos on optimization and stuff, and then he doesn't actually savage rate himself? Well, I use all that time. While you studied P10S, I was studying the blade. I was studying the blade. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it, but if I had spent the time savage rating, then I wouldn't have had that time to make those videos and all those guides. And that's also true, Malice. That is also... see, the thing is with Bozja is that I already have all the Bozja weapons. But I haven't finished everything in Bozja. But see, that is exactly it. That is also why somewhat recently I made a poll asking what kind of streams the members, the cultists of the pink, would like. And the most popular one was filling the bars, which would be streams of, for example, my main has not finished Eureka, my main has not finished everything in Bozja, my main has never made an Realm Reborn relic completely, or a Heavensward one. Like, I have a lot of things that I could finish or do on the stream, and you could also say, well, filling the bar is also mount farming, and that is correct, and that was also something that people wanted to see. So I'm just figuring out where to get the time to make such a stream, and then do it. And we will be doing those things. Exactly because I think that would be more fun than, for example, watching me proc through P9S as streamer number 35,876, who's doing that. Hello, Eli Phyllis. Hope you're doing well. You animal. I mean, if I'm doing these things, what I would be doing is I would probably go into it and figure things out. Because, like, for example, an ARR relic, I have this because I have Mental Roulette unlocked. But I would probably go into it with, like, I have very cursory knowledge on this subject because I made a guide on what you can use your poetics on. And poetics do come up in ARR and Heavensward relics to my knowledge. So to make sure that I understood that, I looked up some of the things you needed poetics for. But I have never made one. And I haven't looked up the exact details, so if I were to fill a bar, as in, for example, finish a Realm Reborn relic, that would actually be something where I can do it blind. Starth says you'd have to wait for the correct fate to spawn for a lot of it. Well, that's the thing, is that we would figure out what we do. I probably wouldn't make a stream going, we're doing only this thing, because that would exactly be a problem. Like, for example, with Eureka, if I was like... if I was like planning to finish up something in Eureka, I would probably also have something secondarily planned. So that if we run out of stuff in Eureka or something, then we can do that. That's why it's the filling the bar stream and not finish Eureka stream or make an ARR relic stream, because then we can just go, well, we didn't get to do this in this stream, so we'll do something else. Because exactly as Darth says, it could easily just like barrel right into a brick wall, just, and then I can't do anything. And we don't want that to happen. That is also why I skipped a week of Small Kai's side quest when it looked like we might be doing near raid like in the week of Christmas Eve. I was like, I don't think we'll get 24 people in time for this. Because I didn't want it to be a case of I didn't actually finish the thing that I set out to. Hey, Mayor Clanger says, I'm looking forward to those streams. Would you do mount farms with others who want it or solo? Well, I have the idea. So currently, I have this kind of like old series that we did previously that I called Mount Farming with Friends, which is where I bring as many of my free company as possible to farm a mount. And usually we only could like present like 6 players. And sometimes throughout the day we would dwindle numbers because people had to go. And we usually only could do those on Sundays because people have lives. And that meant that it was very limited how often we could do it. So when I made the vote, that was a separate mount farm from Mount Farming with Friends, because Mount Farming with Friends was something that was voted on previously. That was also something people would like to see. But Mount Farming streams themselves would be, I'm like, I need, for example, the Ruby weapon mount. I don't have it. So I would just plan a stream and go, let's see how many people we can collect. And if we can't get enough, then I guess I'll have to make a party finder. There's a reasonable chance that I would be like, well, I'm doing this stream that day, and like check on people in the free company, for example, say, would you like to come along, so that we're not just me, so that we're a few people. But then we would like try and get people in. The key thing with a stream like this is that I can't guarantee everyone gets a mount because of the trials being like it's a random drop. So that's why usually I go into them with the expectation that we're trying to have fun and not necessarily expecting everyone to get a mount. Which is the reason why originally I went in with I'm just bringing my free company friends and then we'll bring whoever else we can, because in a few hours I can't make sure everyone gets a mount. And if we just keep cycling players through, then we might go for 5 or 6 hours and I don't have a mount, but everyone else does, for example. And then I'll have to do it again, and people are like, are you still on this? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm the only one that didn't get a mount, or something like that. So it's like, it would probably be something where we try to make sure we get a fixed group of 8, however I do that. And then we go through and see if we can get everyone a mount. And if we do, then I might go like on, say, okay, then we do a different mount farm for the rest of the stream. Or something like that. But the intention is mainly for it to be fun. With the mount farm with friends, some of you may have seen them. The big difference between those streams compared to like a stream like this is that I usually bring friends in on the chat. So that means that it's not just me talking at you all. It's me and it could be Sip, Mackerel, my moderator, that is Sip, for those that are not sure. It could be Feza came, Screensville on YouTube, and other people in the free company might also come, just as a starting point. And then I don't think we'll actually get 8, because my free company is massive, and you can see there's a huge amount of very, very active players here. So it would be difficult to put together 8 players on a whim. So the key difference is that the mount farming with friends is something where I'm like, okay, I'm planning on the day where everyone can, so that at least we get like 2 hours. Whereas Mount Farm stream is just me going, oh, well, I have free on Monday or something. Just go with that. I had actually planned, or I had originally thought that I would start with a stream like this, like early in the year. But then other plans slipped, and now we have patch day next week. So I was like, maybe we'll do that first. Normally on patch day, I stream maybe like, if there's a lot to talk about in the patch notes, it isn't unlikely that I would spend some time going over that. I don't think there's enough for streaming that. And then I go and do any new MSQ stuff. And if there was like a new raid, there's not, I would do that. I believe what we're getting on Tuesday is maybe some minor patch changes. Some MSQ stuff. I believe Yoshi P said himself that it spans around 2 hours of gameplay. And then there's new Mandeville stuff, which I don't know how much there is, but I would be doing all that. Like I would go through all those things on patch day. So that means that I have had streams like when the final tier of Pandemonium came out. If I remember correctly, I started streaming at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And I still finished at like 10 or 11 in the evening. To get through everything. And I think I still had to postpone something to the day after. So, like, on patch day, we're going to be doing stuff. I just need to know exactly what's happening before I can tell you what I'm doing. I need the patch notes. Why? Last I checked, we get the patch notes a week in advance. What's happening? But yeah, point is, Major Clanger, with the mount stuff, is that, as also happens on like the daily streams, is that if I could, I would actually just bring everyone, just go into Lunar Subterrane with like 38 people, and just run over everything. But the game doesn't let me do that. And in the same way, if I were to do a mount farming stream, I would only be able to get 8, and the drop rates of the potential mount is also such that if I were to hypothetically bring 38 people, like over half of them would probably walk away a little bit disappointed. So hopefully when I do make a mount farming stream, we're going in with the mindset of we're trying to have fun, and we get the mounts that we get. And that's it. And of course, hopefully if someone gets a mount, they don't just leave because, well, I got mine. You know, the courteous thing is to stay and help others. That is typically what causes party finder mount farming groups to just take forever for you to get your mount, is because every time the mount drops, well, maybe someone leaves. And I say maybe because a lot of people do have the respect of other people's time that they'll stay for at least a few more goes even though they got theirs. Hey Goldust, I brought everyone. You thought it was Final Fantasy 14, but it's actually Smash Bros. Ultimate. And for me, speaking of which, Darth, I have a lot of mounts. Quite a lot of mounts. But I basically only use this one, and this one. Because that's the one I like the most. But it's still fun to have the fancy mounts. We're all Kirby's. Gleaming says, I try to stay for 2 to 3 runs at least when I get the loot I want, because, like, I am tired, but I think about what I would want if I was the person doing the party finder. You know, the thing that sucks the most is if you're like, well, I have like one more go in me, and then the mount drops on that go. You don't want to pass it then. Like, obviously you're not going to pass it then. So you need on it. You kind of had to go already, but now it kind of sucks to leave because you just want it. My best suggestion to help in that situation is I've done mount farms. I've done mount farms where they start with like, we're going for 10 kills, and then we just disband. And I have done that, where like the 10th kill, it didn't even matter that if we were quick or slow. On the 10th kill, the raid leader just just detonated the party. And I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure I then later saw them post a new party. The extremely cool thing about this is that by saying we do 10 goes and then I disband, gives everyone that doesn't want any more than that a really, really easy way out. Because they do the 10th kill, and then no questions asked, you get kicked. You just get booted. And then, if the raid leader wasn't done, they'll just make another group and say, we're doing 10 more. And then you might check and go, oh, the party's back, I'll just join again. Like, that means the people that are done, they can leave, not come back, and the people that weren't done, they can join again, or they can make their own group. And that also means that if a mount drops on pull 10, then if you get the mount, too bad. You did your 10. Like, you did your 10. Like, just because you just got the mount doesn't mean you didn't help everyone that got a mount before you to get their mount. Like, that doesn't get invalidated because you were the most recent one to get a mount. So by just saying, you do a fixed amount of pulls, and then we're done. That is an incredibly effective way to make sure that everyone is satisfied. See, Vela says, I'm a mount farmer and I will unabashedly use random mounts sometimes, but I do have my favorites that I'll pick. When I was going through the MSQ on Small Kai, I originally used the random mount button, the mount roulette, to just use whatever mounts, because, for example, some mounts I was gifted by people, just handed me a mount, so I was like, well, I was also gifted other mounts, so I like to just make it equal, I'll just use random. But then at some point, I think it was like in the later parts of the Endwalker MSQ, Small Kai started to have this entourage of people just following her around. So she was never alone anywhere. So it made more sense to use a multi-seater. So I just switched to use the Magic School Boss, as I call it. So that everyone can come around. Although it's really bulky and excessive, it does the thing that it needs to do. Azel says, don't people put up mount and card farm party finders with a set number of runs? Not every time. Let me put it like this. We can just start with what we have right here. Cat farm. Cat farm. Mount farm, memes enabled, by the way, so you're ready for some fun. Card farm, mount. There they actually say 7 mount farm, but that's of course because this one is actually like guaranteed drop, so they're doing 7 because there's 7 people that need it, presumably, we would guess, and at least 3 of them are here, if not 4. Would really be a bit weird if they're just expecting player 8 to be a carry, right? But it's actually, to my knowledge, not common or standard to write the amount of runs you do. But I think I would do that. Like, back when I believe the most recent Mock Tome farm, one of the effective grinding strats was to just spam first circle. Like, just spam first circle with 7 DPS and a tank. Just rush through it repeatedly. I made my own groups there, and I was like, I'm going for 1 hour. I'm just spamming for 1 hour. When the hour's up, I'll leave. I will leave. And I would usually just go, anyone want lead? Because I was actually going to leave. Like, in the instant. And when I was getting closer to the target amount of mock tomes that I needed, I would do like runs where I was like, I'm doing 10 or 20. Because then I know how close I am. Yazo says, I thought those that are not specified were just one run. Well, the thing is, these kitty farms are not a guaranteed drop. And it's only one if it drops, so that would be weird. Imagining small guy piloting the giant whale. Yeah, exactly. Irdon says, is there a way to see how many ether currents you have in an area? Getting annoyed by not being able to fly around here. Looks like people already answered it. Excellent. I'll just show it on stream in case anyone's wondering. You can see it here. Go to travel, ether currents. And I hope eventually we'll get the car event back, Game End. I really don't know why it is temporary. It's been around twice, I believe. For some reason, it's just temporary. Really strange. Now, I think we've had enough memes and talking for a solo challenge stream. If you enjoyed the wonderful people that you've seen in the stream chat, or enjoyed my company, remember that there is the Discord community server that you can join, which you will find me and at least most of the people that you've seen in the chat, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up this week, which is a video tomorrow on the hardest MSQ solo duty. And on Saturday, we're leveling Dark Knight some more on Small Kai. There's also the announcement room where you will see whenever I plan a new stream, a new video, whatever it is, it shows up there first, so that you can get it. You can also go into the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. If you do, then you will be given you will get a notification whenever I post about a new video or new stream, whatever it is, and you will also get a reminder around 15 minutes before the stream starts, so you don't miss a second when there's something time sensitive, like a stream. And if you did enjoy this stream, then it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system down below. That tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to see it as well. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.